Chapter 1663. It wasn't Master Luo Hai. Wei Qing shook his head with a heavy expression. Master Luo Hai, he also fell. What? A series of gasps rang out as everyone was shocked. All the elders of Brilliant Flame sect stared at Wei Qing in shock, the look of disbelief on their faces even more exaggerated than when they heard their supreme elder had fallen. The news can't be wrong. I received news from Green Mountain Star 2 months ago that the Star Master statue of Green Mountain Star's Master Soul art had collapsed and Master Luo Hai's brand aura had disappeared. He has indeed fallen. Calculating the time, it should have happened a few days after he went to Ice Heart Valley. Supreme Elder fell, and even Master Luo Hai fell together with him. Who in Ice Heart Valley has such ability? And on that day a few months ago, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation came from the direction of Ice Heart Valley. Could it have happened at that time? Could it be Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder? This old master has heard some rumors before that their ancestral founder is not dead. How is that possible? Ice Heart Valley has been a sect for nearly 30,000 years. If their ancestral founder is really not dead, why hasn't she appeared before? What's the point of saying such things now? Ice Heart Valley has already launched a large-scale invasion. What we need to do now is discuss how to deal with them. How to deal with them? My Brilliant Flame sect's Supreme Elder has already fallen, so Ice Heart Valley's Luo Li will definitely take action. My Brilliant Flame sect is powerless to resist. Even if it's Luo Li, this old master will go all out against her. Even if I die, I'll take a bite out of her flesh. After learning that Qi Hua had died, the group of elders no longer felt as optimistic and relaxed as before. Everyone expressed their opinions and views with solemn expressions. Wei Qing sat at the head of the table, not saying a word, as if he was an outsider. After a long time, he raised his hand and the noisy hall quieted down in an instant. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Good, don't quarrel. Wei Qing said faintly. Ice Heart Valley has launched a large-scale invasion. Although this may be a great calamity for my Brilliant Flame sect, if we act properly, we may still have a chance to fight them. Luo Li was indeed an Origin King Realm Master. None of us are a match for her, but don't forget that they are attacking and we are defending. We have formations and restrictions that we can use to exhaust their power. Furthermore, rumor has it that Luo Li made a mistake in her cultivation and is suffering from a hidden injury. I'm afraid that she won't be able to display her full strength. That's right, the sect leader is right. Using defense as offense, we have the advantage. Have you all forgotten that we still have that thing? If that thing were to be released, then, even if it's Luo Li, she'll have to pay for it. Someone laughed strangely, his smile filled with madness and malevolence. The others quickly realized what this person was talking about and their expressions changed. Even Wei Qing's expression was extremely solemn. After pondering for a moment, he said, "That thing cannot be released unless it is absolutely necessary. Pass down my order, all disciples are to prepare to meet the enemy. Today's battle will be between us and the enemy. If there is an enemy, there is no self." All the elders shouted in unison. The 5 starships slowly sailed into the depths of the Brilliant Flame mountain range, approaching Brilliant Flame sect's headquarters. Along the way, they encountered some spirit arrays and barriers, but none of them were able to delay the progress of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The starship's crystal cannons simply fired randomly and destroyed these spirit arrays and barriers. Bing Long, go out first and tell the people of Brilliant Flame sect that this queen is only here to kill their elders. If those disciples wanted to live, they should hurry up and escape. When my Ice Heart Valley starships arrive, those who do not flee will be treated as enemies of Ice Heart Valley and will be killed without mercy, Luo Li suddenly said. Bing Long nodded and flew out alone. Soon, Bing Long's divine sense spread out from the front, conveying the message that only the elders would be killed while the ordinary disciples were advised to flee. The elders of Brilliant Flame sect felt this message and could not help cursing Bing Long, calling her despicable, vicious, shameless, and despicable. Brilliant Flame sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and although their cohesiveness was not trivial, In a life or death situation, not everyone could advance or retreat with the sect. In addition, Bing Long deliberately spread the news that old monster Qi Hua had fallen, which really frightened some Brilliant Flame sect disciples. Some began to flee from Brilliant Flame mountain range. Once those who tried to escape were discovered, the elders of Brilliant Flame sect would kill them as a warning to others. Although this bloody and cruel method temporarily deterred most of the lower-level disciples, as time passed, more and more Brilliant Flame sect disciples began to panic and began to flee. Streams of light rose from different locations in Brilliant Flame sect and shot out in all directions. Luo Li's huge divine sense enveloped the entire Brilliant Flame mountain range. Any cultivator below the Origin Returning Realm was ignored and allowed to flee, but if an Origin Returning Realm cultivator tried to escape, Luo Li would personally kill them. Any Brilliant Flame sect cultivator with an Origin Returning Realm cultivation had their hands stained with the blood of countless Ice Heart Valley disciples, so Luo Li naturally would not let them escape. Soon, those cultivator with strength below the Origin Returning Realm also discovered this situation and were overjoyed. No longer caring about the dissuasion of their sect, more people began to flee. For a time, the morale of the entire Brilliant Flame sect fell apart, and no matter how the elders and deacons tried to suppress them, they were unable to restore the situation. Senior Luo Li, I'll head over there first. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned to a mountain peak behind Brilliant Flame mountain range. Luo Li also glanced over and understood what Yang Kai's purpose was, but she did not stop him, simply saying, "Be careful." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Junior brother, do you want me to accompany you?" Su Yan asked. "No need, just stay with Senior Luo Li." Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from the starship. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Luo Li's beautiful eyes shrank slightly. It wasn't until this moment that she finally understood why Yang Kai was able to escape from Luo Hai for several months without being harmed. With this strange speed and movement skill alone, an ordinary Origin King would have no way to catch him. Even she herself had not been able to see how he moved just now. Is this the mystery of the Tao of space? Luo Li showed a look of interest on her face as she tried to figure out what was happening, but no matter how she tried, she could not sense the slightest trace of the Tao of space. All she could sense was a blur. Sighing slightly, Luo Li withdrew her gaze, knowing that the Tao of space was not something she could comprehend, so she immediately turned her attention back to Brilliant Flame sect. Near the back of Brilliant Flame mountain range, there was a barren mountain peak about 1,000 meters high that exuded a high temperature. Standing at the bottom of this mountain and looking up, one could vaguely see the bright flames at its summit. This was a volcanic crater, and an extremely unstable one at that. The energy aura emanating from this volcanic crater not only contained a scorching fire domain but also an overbearing thunder domain. Inside this volcanic crater, there was a fierce aura that was filled with brutality and malevolence that caused one to shudder. This should be it. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain and pondered. This time, he did not intend to intervene in the battle between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame sect. His goal was Brilliant Flame sect's heavenly thunder fire. This was a peerless flame that even Luo Li was afraid of. It was rumored that this thing had developed sentience and was extremely difficult to deal with. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the entire volcanic peak was surrounded by large and small barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai cast his eyes towards a certain spot in the void and grinned, "Why do you two need to hide? Why don't you just show yourself?" As soon as these words fell, a cold snort came from the other side and a ripple appeared in the air as two figures strangely walked out. It was as if these two figures had come from another world. The two people who appeared were both very old with white hair and beards, but their cultivations were third-order Origin Returning Realm. The fire attribute Saint Qi around their bodies was incredibly hot. The one on the left was thin while the one on the right had dark red skin. Both of them had dignified expressions. Obviously their status in Brilliant Flame sect was not low. "Boy, who are you?" The thin elder stared at Yang Kai and asked coldly. "You don't need to know who I am. I just came here to collect this heavenly thunder fire. If two old seniors think it's fine, Why don't you tell me how to unlock the spirit array on this peak? Yang Kai looked forward with a smile. Arrogant junior. The thin elder flew into a rage. Is my brilliant flame sex heavenly thunder fire something you can covet? Since your cultivation has not been easy and you have reached such a high level at such a young age, please withdraw quickly and these two old masters will not embarrass you. He put on a very amiable look, not intending to kill Yang Kai just because he had trespassed into brilliant flame sex restricted area. Old sir is too kind. Yang Kai raised his brow as a sarcastic smile suddenly appeared on his face. Stomping his right foot lightly on the ground, he said, "Is this what old sir means by not embarrassing me?" Kong. As soon as Yang Kai's right foot landed, the ground suddenly cracked open and a gully appeared from the tip of his foot, spreading towards the two old men. In the middle of this gully, two pure and hidden fire attribute energies gathered and quietly approached Yang Kai, coming to a stop less than a meter away from him. It was as if these two vipers were lying dormant on the ground, ready to attack at any moment. Boy, your eyesight is quite good. Since you've noticed, there's nothing more to say. Trespassing into brilliant flame sex restricted area, die for me. The skinny elder saw that Yang Kai had seen through his trick and didn't hesitate to tear away his hypocritical face and push his Saint Chi, causing the dormant fire attribute energy underground to erupt and transform into a giant flame python that shot towards Yang Kai. Daring to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks. Yang Kai laughed loudly as the verdant dragon bone sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a green light flashed and the terrifying flame python was split in half, transforming into a burst of fluorescent light before disappearing. A powerful enemy. The two old men glanced at each other, their expressions becoming dignified. Chapter 1664. With Yang Kai's dragon bone sword in hand, a thick pressure pulsed from it, like a towering mountain was pressing down on the two old men from Brilliant Flame Sect, causing their expressions to turn ugly. At the same time, they could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon. One each, quickly deal with them, I'll wait for you up ahead, Yang Kai said casually before releasing the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit. Immediately, without even looking at the two old men, Yang Kai stepped forward. With a single step, as if crossing the barrier of space, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, reappearing halfway up the mountain. Bold. The skinny elder's face went livid. Yang Kai's disregard for him angered him greatly, and his figure flickered as he prepared to chase after him. But just as he was about to move though, a dark stick shadow struck him head-on. This stick shadow was incredibly heavy, as if it weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms, causing even the air around it to tremble. The harsh sound caused the old man's eardrums to sting. The skinny elder's face sank as he hurriedly raised his hand to block, causing flames to burn on his arm. Kong. The flames were extinguished and the skinny elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his figure flying back several dozen meters before he managed to stabilize himself, his face slightly pale as some blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. With just one blow, he had suffered a small injury. Looking ahead in disbelief, the skinny elder saw a stone puppet less than 3 feet tall standing there. It carried a pitch-black staff on its shoulder, and its bean-like eyes were filled with an indescribable charm. It was looking at the skinny elder as if he was looking at a prey. On the other side, the crisp cry of a bird rang out as the old man with dark red skin stood together with the firebird. High up in the sky, the figures of one man and one bird danced back and forth. Entangling with each other, the power of flames sputtered out into the depths of the void, making for an extremely lively scene. What the hell is this? The skinny elder was stunned. He could vaguely tell that the fiery bird-like existence fighting with his companion was a kind of artifact spirit, but what was the stone puppet in front of him? There were no energy fluctuations coming from its body. However, just that tyrannical power alone was enough to make him extremely fearful. Oh! The stone mongoose suddenly raised its head and roared. It pounded its chest repeatedly with its fist, producing a dong-dong-dong-dong sound. It was like the sound of a war drum, shaking one's heart. Following the sound, the stone puppet, which was less than 1 meter tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately transformed into a stone giant that was 50 feet tall. The pitch-black staff that it carried on its shoulder also grew longer as its body changed. Another layer of scorching dark red light flowed out from its body. The surface of the stone puppet instantly looked like it was covered in lava armor. The fiery red armor emitted a terrifying energy that made the old man's heart palpitate. In the next moment, the lava giant in leather armor bent its knees slightly, and its huge body shot out like an arrow from a bow, causing the earth to shake. A huge crater instantly appeared on the ground. His vision blurred, and the skinny elders suddenly discovered that the transformed lava giant was already above his head. The huge pitch-black staff swept towards him with the power of lightning, directly sweeping out a crack in space. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in this blow, the thin elder screamed in horror, not daring to meet it head-on. Hurriedly, he used his movement skill to dodge. But even though he dodged quickly, the attack was even faster. Just the aftershocks of this attack caused half of his body to go numb, and he was unable to circulate his Saint Chi properly. Unstoppable! Unstoppable! The thin elder's eyes trembled violently as he instantly realized the gap between him and this lava giant. Before he could finish his thought, the pitch-black giant's stick once again came crashing down from above with the force of Mount Tai. The thin elder's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi, he shouted. Summoning a shield-like artifact, he protected himself above his head. Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk as the giant's staff smashed down, the shield-like artifact flashed and instantly shattered into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. A force strong enough to split heaven and earth landed on the thin elder's body. Half of his body was directly smashed into dust, leaving a bloody wound where his squirming internal organs could clearly be seen. Even with such injuries, the thin elder did not die immediately. If he had enough pills, he might have been able to restore his body. However, the fear that welled up from the depths of his heart made him lose all will to fight. Staring at the giant pitch-black staff sweeping towards him, only one thought flashed through his mind. What the hell is this? At the end of his life, the last scene he saw was his companion being swallowed by the firebird, howling miserably. As the giant staff swept past, pieces of flesh flew out and the entire world became clear. A ball of thunder fire flew out from the thin elder's corpse and the firebird artifact spirit opened its mouth wide, sucking in this ball of thunder fire like a whale sucking in water, letting out a satisfied cry. On top of the volcano, Yang Kai stood midair, overlooking the ferocious volcanic crater from above. As far as his eyes could see, he could clearly see the surging red magma inside. The temperature of this volcano was so high that even an ordinary origin returning realm master would find it difficult to bear. Any cultivator below the origin returning realm would be burned to death in an instant. The artifact spirit flew to Yang Kai's side and the stone mongoose transformed back into its harmless appearance, carrying the heaven-shaking pillar and sitting on the firebird artifact spirit's back. So fast you're a bit too violent, Yang Kai grinned. The stone mongoose scratched its head, looking like it didn't know what it had done wrong, but the artifact spirit let out a cheerful cry. Xiao Xiao, come back first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and put away the stone mongoose, leaving only the firebird artifact spirit behind. The firebird hovered around Yang Kai, letting out crisp cries from time to time, seemingly extremely excited. Several times it even wanted to rush directly into the volcano's crater. Accompanied by its cries, a booming sound came from inside the volcano, as if responding to the firebird's provocation, showing no signs of weakness. You felt it too, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the volcano's crater and grinned. The firebird responded hurriedly. Are you its opponent? Yang Kai asked again. The firebird was silent for a while before letting out an even louder cry. Good, since that's the case, I'll wait and see. But are you sure you want to do this? This is cutting off all means of retreat, either you succeed or you die trying. The firebird responded with a loud cry again. I understand what you mean, then. I wish you good luck. Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression before waving his hand. a huge artifact refining furnace appeared. This was the artifact refining furnace that gave birth to the Firebird artifact spirit, something Yang Kai had brought out from the fifth layer of the Lu Yen Sand Field's Earth Lung Fire Vein. This was the Firebird's vessel. If this artifact refining furnace was damaged, the Firebird would also die, without the slightest suspense. Since obtaining the Firebird artifact spirit, Yang Kai had basically not used this artifact refining furnace. Firstly, it was for the sake of the artifact spirit's safety. Secondly, there was no need to use it. But this time, he had no choice but to use this artifact refining furnace. With this vessel, the strength of the artifact spirit could be increased by at least 20%. As soon as the artifact refining furnace appeared, the Firebird opened its mouth and swallowed it. Yang Kai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his left eye had become a golden light. Demon Eye of Annihilation. The vertical golden pupil seemed to contain endless majesty, causing those who saw it to shudder. He looked down. Everything that he couldn't see before was now presented before his eyes. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, so with the help of this demon eye, Yang Kai immediately discovered the huge spirit array that sealed the volcano's crater. A stream of pure energy. Like shackles, this octagonal formation sealed the entire volcano's crater. This spirit array not only blocked the flow of energy inside the volcano but also sealed the freedom of the creature hiding inside. Yang Kai observed carefully, and after a short while, his eyes flashed as he gently drew the dragon bone sword in his hand and poured his Saint Chi into it. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Go! Yang Kai threw the dragon bone sword out. With a dazzling green light, the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon and bombarded a certain spot in the void. The octagonal spirit array that sealed the volcano's crater shook slightly. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground. An unbearably hot aura immediately leaked out from this crack, as if it was trying to incinerate the world around it. Enter! Yang Kai shouted. The Firebird artifact spirit turned into a stream of light and rushed into the crack, Yang Kai following closely behind. The octagonal spirit array shook slightly. It repaired itself and continued to seal the huge volcano's crater. Inside the spirit array, Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he hurriedly circulated his Saint Chi to resist the pervasive heat. The Firebird shot into the volcano's crater. As far as the eye could see, the magma inside the volcano was churning, and within the crimson magma, there were faint traces of blue lightning slithering about like silver snakes. Stimulated by the Firebird artifact spirit, a terrifying aura was slowly awakening, as if a slumbering dragon was awakening. The artifact spirit rushed into the magma and disappeared. A moment later, an astonishing amount of willpower suddenly broke out and transmitted a message that made all living beings submit. A trivial artifact spirit dares to challenge this king's majesty? Ignorant ant, tremble before this king's might. Yang Kai's body shook as he stared down in amazement, as if his eyes could penetrate the thick magma and peer straight into the depths of the earth. The rumors were indeed true. Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Fire had indeed developed sentience, and its sentience was not low. It was even clearer and more complete than the Firebird. It could already clearly transmit its thoughts, while the Firebird obviously did not have this ability. The Firebird's situation was worrying, causing Yang Kai to suddenly worry. Before coming here, he did not expect the Heavenly Thunder Fire to have evolved to such an extent. He thought it was similar to the Firebird, but now it seemed that the Heavenly Thunder Fire was definitely superior. Below the volcano's crater, an astonishing battle of willpower erupted. This was the battle between the Firebird artifact spirit and the Heavenly Thunder Fire, the resulting shockwaves causing the world energy aura of Brilliant Flame Sect to become chaotic. Chapter 1665. In front of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, Ice Heart Valley's elites, under the leadership of Luo Li, broke through countless layers of defensive barriers and directly arrived at the heart of the sect. 5 starships lined up high in the sky, black crystal cannon muzzles vaguely pulsing with energy as they aimed down, conveying a message of death and destruction. Atop the starship, Luo Li looked down indifferently while the elders of Ice Heart Valley stood valiantly on either side of her. 1,000 meters below, there was a square where many of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders had gathered, led by Wei Qing, all of them looking up with ugly expressions. Between the two groups of people, there was a fiery red light barrier. This was Brilliant Flame Sect's final defensive barrier. Once it was broken, Brilliant Flame Sect would become completely undefended and Ice Heart Valley's forces could do whatever they wanted. After staring at each other for a long time, Wei Qing shouted, "Senior Luo Li, does Ice Heart Valley want to fight my Brilliant Flame Sect to the death?" Luo Li responded. Wei Qing laughed. "Being able to trouble Senior Luo Li to personally take action is an honor for my Brilliant Flame Sect, but does Senior think my Brilliant Flame Sect is a soft persimmon that can be crushed at will? Junior advises Senior that if you don't want everyone to die together, please withdraw quickly, otherwise, Senior will regret it." "Are you threatening this queen?" Luo Li's cold eyes pierced towards Wei Qing like a sharp knife, causing even someone as strong as Wei Qing to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Feeling shocked, Wei Qing cupped his fists and said, "I wouldn't dare." Wei Qing is the sect master of Brilliant Flame Sect, so naturally he must consider the tens of thousands of sect's disciples. Senior's cultivation is profound, and no one in my Brilliant Flame Sect is your opponent, but wanting to destroy my Brilliant Flame Sect? It won't be easy. I know what you're relying on. Luo Li suddenly smiled slightly. To be honest, this queen also has a headache dealing with that thing. Unless absolutely necessary, this queen is unwilling to confront it. It's good that Senior understands. Wei Qing's face relaxed slightly. He thought Luo Li was beginning to hesitate. Unexpectedly, Luo Li smiled again. However, this time, I am only responsible for dealing with you. That thing will naturally be dealt with by someone else, so you should hurry up and surrender. I don't want to bully the weak. Cripple your own cultivations. This consort can spare your lives." Wei Qing was enraged. Just as he was about to say something, his knowledge sea suddenly tumbled. An astonishing and terrifying will was transmitted from a certain direction, sending a message that made his hands and feet go cold. "A mere acquired artifact spirit dares to challenge my authority? Reckless ants, tremble before my might." As soon as this will was transmitted, a battle of wills broke out at the volcano behind the mountain, causing people to change their expressions. Everyone could feel it clearly at this moment. The complexions of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders changed drastically as they stared towards this direction. "Who dares provoke the heavenly thunder fire?" An elder from Brilliant Flame Sect exclaimed. "Has it started?" Luo Li narrowed her eyes. She had underestimated Yang Kai's speed. She had thought that she would have to wait for a long time before Yang Kai would use the heavenly thunder flame. However, she had not expected that just as she had arrived at the other party's doorstep, Yang Kai had already taken action. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Cripple your own cultivations and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll break through this last layer of defense and kill you all." At this moment, Luo Li's cold and aloof temperament had become aggressive. The grievances between the two forces were too deep, and it had reached a point where there was no one else but the enemy. Wei Qing's expression fluctuated as he sensed the heavenly thunder flames were coming from the restricted area. He knew that he could no longer count on his last hope, but it was impossible for him to cripple his cultivation. A cultivator's life was a struggle against the heavens and against fate. Every time a cultivator broke through, it was like crossing a wooden bridge with thousands of men and horses. Countless people were stopped before a new realm. Wei Qing had spent 300 years to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and was a master who had high hopes of breaking through to the Origin King Realm. How could he be willing to cripple his cultivation? Instead of struggling at death's door, it was better to fight with his life and win a slim chance of survival. "Fight them!" Wei Qing roared. The group of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders obviously had the same idea. They knew that with the grievances between the two forces, even if they begged for mercy, there would be no end to it. As such, as soon as Wei Qing shouted these words, Many of the elders began pushing their Saint Qi and summoning their artifacts to attack the 5 starships. Courting death. Luo Li's face turned cold as she stretched out her hand and gently tapped the air in front of her. This wave of her finger did not seem to carry the slightest aura as a crystal snowflake with 6 petals flew out from her fingertip and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, these 6 snowflakes grew to the size of the sky and covered the entire square. A coldness that made people tremble fell from the sky. Ice ceiling thousandly. Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the others suddenly shouted in unison. Everyone's Saint Qi overflowed endlessly from their bodies, gathered together, and pushed forward. Wherever this Saint Qi passed, the earth began to freeze. Snow began falling from the sky. Every snowflake contained a frightening energy fluctuation. When they landed on the fiery red barrier, they seemed to have a corrosive property, corroding small holes in the impregnable barrier. The ice ceiling concept spread through these holes towards the center of the square. The weaker Brilliant Flame sect disciples were turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Wei Qing was filled with grief and indignation, knowing that Brilliant Flame sect was doomed this time. With Luo Li guarding this place, none of them were a match for her. Originally, they could rely on the sealed Heavenly Thunder Flame to prevent Luo Li from attacking them, but now that the Heavenly Thunder Flame was entangled by someone, they couldn't rely on it. Moreover, looking at Luo Li's appearance and aura, where was the slightest trace of injury? She was clearly in her peak condition. Was Brilliant Flame sect really finished? Wei Qing's eyes were filled with darkness, as if there were dark clouds covering his vision, preventing him from seeing the slightest light. Below the volcanic crater, Yang Kai landed on a red rock that had an extremely high temperature. Yang Kai had to use his Saint Qi to protect his body from being burned. The magma in front of him was tumbling and roaring as 2 different life auras fought at the bottom of the magma. From time to time, the roar of the heavenly thunder fire and the cry of the firebird could be heard. It seemed that both sides were evenly matched. But as the master of the artifact spirit, Yang Kai was unable to resist. Yang Kai was keenly aware that the firebird was somewhat lacking. The degree of its evolution was not as good as the heavenly thunder fire, and the conditions for its birth were not as unique. The artifact spirit was born from an Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace in the earth lung fire vein after tens of thousands of years. As for this heavenly thunder fire, it had existed since the beginning of time and had grown stronger over time. It was one of the purest forms of energy in the world. Even with the assistance of the artifact refining furnace, the firebird was gradually falling into a disadvantage. It was time to give it a helping hand. Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged on the rock. Summoning the stone mongoose again, Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with it. An illusory shadow suddenly burst out of Yang Kai's mind. In terms of appearance, it was no different from Yang Kai himself. But this shadow was not real. Soul projection. It was the soul avatar that was leaving his body. The soul avatar flickered. Then he plunged into the magma and went deeper into the magma. Soul projection was an extremely dangerous action. Once it was done, one's physical body would be in a defenseless state. That was why Yang Kai had summoned the stone mongoose. Moreover, the soul was an extremely fragile and sensitive existence. Without the protection of a physical body, it was easy for it to be damaged. This was the scorching hot volcanic crater. The soul of an average person would not even be able to approach it. If it did, it would be burned to ashes by the scorching heat. But Yang Kai was different. His spiritual energy was a variant of his conflagrated knowledge sea, which came from the same source as the magma. This scorching firepower, which even Origin Kings feared, could not pose the slightest hindrance to him. It didn't take long for Yang Kai's soul avatar to reach a depth of 10,000 meters underground. The surrounding environment was getting hotter and hotter. Deep underground, there was a grotesque battlefield. On this battlefield, the 300-foot-long firebird artifact spirit was swaying gracefully as it fought against a huge reddish-purple shadow. This shadow was somewhat humanoid, but it was suspended in the void and had no legs. Instead, it had tentacle-like arms that floated back and forth, filling the entire space around it. On the head of this shadow was a huge eye that exuded a heart-palpitating light. Rich fire attribute energy lingered around its body while purple arcs of lightning danced across its body, symbolizing the violent power of thunder. Heavenly Thunder Fire. Yang Kai stared blankly, not having expected the Heavenly Thunder Fire's true form to be like this. However, it was undeniable that the Heavenly Thunder Fire's destructive aura was enough to make one shudder. Its tentacle-like arms swept about, covering the entire battlefield with their attacks. If the Firebird was accidentally brushed by one of these tentacle-like arms, the light radiating from its body would weaken slightly. It was as if the Firebird's source strength was being seized by the Heavenly Thunder Fire. The Firebird was not to be outdone, and every time it found an opportunity, it would rush to the Heavenly Thunder Fire's side, open its mouth, and bite down. With each bite, the Firebird's stolen source strength would be restored. These two strange creatures were using this special method to seize the other's existence, trying to devour the other's strength. The scene of their battle could only be described as earth-shattering. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that behind the Heavenly Thunder Fire, there were 8 golden energy chains that locked its body and imprisoned it here. These 8 chains gave off the same aura as the octagonal spirit array at the mouth of the volcano. It seemed that the existence of these 8 chains greatly limited the strength of the Heavenly Thunder Fire. If not for this, the Firebird would not have been its opponent at all. Considering all this, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of strength the Heavenly Thunder Fire could display without the shackles of this spirit array. Was it a second-order origin king or a third-order origin king? Who was it that used the Grand Divine Technique to bind it here? Chapter 1666. However, the current situation was actually good news for the Firebird. With the 8 chains restraining the Heavenly Thunder Flame, the Firebird was barely able to put up a fight. As soon as Yang Kai appeared on this battlefield, the Heavenly Thunder Flame noticed him and its huge single eye suddenly flashed a bright light that converged into a beam of light that shot towards Yang Kai. Another ant, but it's just the right thing to do. It's your honor to become stronger. The Heavenly Thunder Flame's voice boomed, causing the entire world to tremble. A devouring force descended on Yang Kai, and the beam of light seemed to contain an irresistible force that seemed to want to swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai coldly snorted as his spiritual energy burst out like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out as Yang Kai broke free from the suction force, shattering it into nothingness. An ant dares to resist my will? Unforgivable. The Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to be enraged and a thick tentacle-like arm swept towards Yang Kai with the force of a thunderbolt. The Firebird cried out and spat out a pillar of fire from its mouth, blocking Yang Kai's path and repelling the tentacle. Yang Kai stood there indifferently, observing carefully, not in a hurry to take action. For the time being, he didn't know how to deal with a strange creature like the Heavenly Thunder Flame. Now that he was here in his soul avatar, his physical body was still inside the volcanic crater, so he couldn't use his Saint Chi to help the Firebird fight. The only thing he could use was his spiritual energy. He didn't want to alert the enemy. As the tentacles swept out from all directions, the Heavenly Thunder Flame seemed to realize how important Yang Kai was to the Firebird and shamelessly gave up on attacking the Firebird and instead focused on protecting Yang Kai. The Firebird could only passively defend. Yang Kai's sudden arrival. This seemed to make the Firebird's situation even worse. With Yang Kai as the center, the two strange existences once again began fighting. As time passed by, the Firebird's aura gradually weakened while the Heavenly Thunder Flame remained as fierce as ever, showing no signs of weakening. Here it is. I am the ruler, and all of you ants have to submit to me. The Heavenly Thunder Flame's will was transmitted again. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it is. Feeling Yang Kai's joy, the Firebird's aura also became much more invigorated. A dazzling light burst out from its body, and it once again tangled with the Heavenly Thunder Fire. They devoured each other's energy. I've already seen through your tricks. Today is the day you die. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He suddenly stretched his hand forward. A strange energy fluctuation shot out. It isolated the space around the heavenly thunder flame. That was the power of space. Although Yang Kai's soul avatar could not use the saint qi of his physical body, his attainments in the Tao of space were still perfectly fine. He cut off the connection between the heavenly thunder flame and a certain direction with spatial power. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to be startled for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed across its single eye. It actually gave up on attacking the Firebird and instead launched a frantic attack on Yang Kai. Sure enough, Yang Kai laughed. The heavenly thunder flame's actions confirmed his guess. Not hesitating any longer, Yang Kai sent out a mysterious space force from his soul avatar and spread out, gradually forming another cage. In just a dozen breaths of time, this cage had taken shape. The invisible space cage had isolated the heavenly thunder flame from the outside world and shrouded it together with the Firebird. This cage had no effect on the Firebird, but it posed a fatal threat to the heavenly thunder flame. The heavenly thunder flame could no longer absorb energy from the surrounding environment to restore itself. Yang Kai observed for a long time and found that the heavenly thunder flame had an invisible connection with the surrounding magma and the scorching heat underground. No matter how much of its essence was devoured by the Firebird, it could quickly restore itself. On the other hand, the Firebird had no such advantage. This was not surprising though. After all, this was the place where the heavenly thunder flame was trapped. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so it naturally knew how to take advantage of its surroundings to create advantages for itself. As for the cage formed by the Tao of space, this advantage had been shattered in an instant. Let's go together, it can't restore itself now. Yang Kai shouted to the Firebird, and his soul avatar approached the heavenly thunder flame uncharacteristically. You think you can deal with me with ant-like means? Without the help of the outside world, you are no match for me. None of you are a match for me. The heavenly thunder flame growled disdainfully. Then let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Yang Kai sneered and shouted, "Demon Eye of Annihilation." Yang Kai's left eye suddenly flashed with golden light, and a vertical and narrow golden pupil immediately appeared. From this pupil, a beam of light containing mysterious power shot straight towards the heavenly thunder flame's huge eye. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body shook and it roared as if it had been injured. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of purifying one's soul. The heavenly thunder flame had developed sentience and a soul, so it was naturally suppressed by the demon eye of annihilation. The heavenly thunder flame's huge body twisted as its countless tentacle-like arms wildly swung about, as if it wanted to collapse the entire space around it. The Firebird rushed up, opened its mouth, and bit down on the heavenly thunder flame's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, pure energy flowed into the Firebird's body through its mouth. The heavenly thunder flame's momentum rapidly declined. "I want you dead, you ants have angered me." The heavenly thunder flame roared as its tentacles flew back, wrapped around the Firebird's body, and threw it far away. Immediately after, it turned its single eye towards Yang Kai, and a murderous and destructive aura descended on Yang Kai. From the Firebird's single eye, a beam of light that was able to resist the golden light of annihilation shot towards Yang Kai. It was conceivable that once this beam of light enveloped Yang Kai's soul avatar would be reduced to nothingness. "Blossoming lotus!" Yang Kai shouted. In the golden pupil of his left eye, a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it swayed slightly. Then it disappeared. But in the heavenly thunder flame's eyes, the lotus flower had rushed into its knowledge sea. Using the heavenly thunder flame's natal soul as its source, the lotus flower madly swallowed and began to slowly bloom. Every time it bloomed, its soul would wither a little. When the lotus flower bloomed halfway, the heavenly thunder flame's body began to sway, as if it was drunk, and its originally solid body became somewhat illusory. Yang Kai felt like his head was going to split open, and he could barely suppress it. He let out a miserable howl. In order to deal with the heavenly thunder flame, he had almost instantly released all of his spiritual energy, just to condense that lotus flower. The effect was gratifying. The heavenly thunder flame seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and had no spare energy to deal with him. A low roar of anger and a painful howl came from the heavenly thunder flame's mouth. The firebird took the opportunity to break free from the several tentacles and opened its mouth wide. The natal artifact refining furnace suddenly appeared. Under the firebird's crazy urging, the artifact refining furnace began to spin, and an amazing suction force came from the mouth of the furnace. The heavenly thunder flame's already swaying body could not resist the pull of this force and gradually floated towards the artifact refining furnace. No! The heavenly thunder flame roared madly, but it was useless. The lotus flower planted in its soul by the blossoming lotus secret technique had consumed more than half of its spiritual energy and could no longer resist the firebird's attack. It howled miserably. The heavenly thunder flame was sucked into the artifact refining furnace like a wisp of smoke. The firebird turned its head and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai covered his forehead, looked at each other, and gently nodded, sending an encouraging look. The firebird flapped its wings, turned into a ball of fire, and wrapped the artifact refining furnace, and then sank into the magma below. Their battle was not over yet. The next battle would be inside the artifact refining furnace, but different from before, it would be the firebird's home field. It would definitely have the advantage. Yang Kai was unable to interfere. He believed that when the firebird appeared again, it would bring him a pleasant surprise. Turning his head, Yang Kai looked around. Yang Kai did not remain in place and immediately left, his soul avatar returning to his body. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw the stone mongoose looking at him with concern. After casting it a reassuring look, Yang Kai immediately took out some spirit pills. Stuffing them into his mouth, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began refining them. Time passed by. The tearing pain in Yang Kai's mind gradually disappeared. With the help of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy was restored extremely quickly, and after a day he was completely fine. Moreover, after this battle, Yang Kai found that the strength of his spiritual energy had actually increased. This was good news. A fragrant wind blew from behind, and without turning his head, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Congratulations, Senior. Ice Heart Valley is now the dominant force on Scarlet Wave Star. It can be said that you have dominated this star. Congratulations. Luo Li's faint voice came from behind. This queen has no intention of dominating anything. Everything she did was to settle some grievances. If Brilliant Flame Sect is not destroyed, many people from Ice Heart Valley will die in the future. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This statement was in line with Luo Li's intentions. But this time, it is all thanks to you, young man. If it weren't for you restraining the heavenly thunder flame, my Ice Heart Valley would not have been able to act so smoothly, Luo Li said gratefully. Senior doesn't need to be so polite. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. What about those from Brilliant Flame Sect? Those above the Origin Returning Realm were all killed. Those below the Origin Returning Realm who killed Ice Heart Valley's disciples were also killed. As for the others, they were all crippled and released, Luo Li replied. Senior is too kind. You want to say that this queen is too soft-hearted, right? Luo Li smiled lightly. I wouldn't dare. Senior has her reasons for doing so. This junior does not dare criticize, Yang Kai said lightly. Luo Li smiled and said, if you want to say it, say it. It's just that Brilliant Flame Sect has tens of thousands of disciples. If I were to kill them all, the heavens would not allow it. Yang Kai nodded and no longer said anything. A cultivator should act in accordance with their heart. Luo Li was not a murderous person, so if she really went against her heart and killed all of Brilliant Flame Sect's disciples, it may affect her temperament and be detrimental to her. Although releasing those disciples seemed a bit benevolent, it was in line with Luo Li's heart. The wealth of Brilliant Flame Sect was enough for the people of Tongxian Realm to use for 10 or 20 years. Although Yang Kai did not leave the mouth of the volcano, he could still detect the movements of Ice Heart Valley's people. After Brilliant Flame Sect was destroyed, this Brilliant Flame mountain range became ownerless, and the people of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Obviously, it was not suitable to open a branch here. However, Ice Heart Valley had many affiliated sects, and these days, some of them had moved to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range to reoccupy this treasured land. None of this had anything to do with Yang Kai. To Scarlet Wave Star, he was just a passerby. While waiting, Yang Kai and Su Yen talked about everything that had happened to each other over the past 30 years. Every little thing they talked about made the other party listen with great interest. From time to time, they would meditate and cultivate. The two of them found that when they cultivated together, their cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than when they were alone. The Saint Chi between them flowed endlessly, like a surging river, madly absorbing the surrounding world energy and pouring it into their bodies. Time flew by, and half a month later, the two people who were cultivating seemed to sense something and open their eyes at the same time to look down. Down below, the roaring magma was actually calming down, and the terrifying heat around them was also decreasing at a noticeable rate. The flowing magma even seemed to be solidifying. It was as if something was absorbing all the heat from this volcanic crater. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he faintly guessed what was happening and began watching expectantly. Half a day later, the situation became more and more obvious. The temperature at the volcanic crater had dropped to its normal state, and even if an ordinary person who had never cultivated came here, they wouldn't feel much discomfort. The roiling magma in front of them had already begun to show signs of solidification. An aura was rapidly rising from the depths below. This aura was familiar to Yang Kai, causing a smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. Shio. A beam of red light shot out from below, and the firebird, which was about 10 meters long, suddenly floated in midair. Its entire body was a dazzling fiery red, and on its body, purple lightning flashed, exuding a domineering and destructive aura. Yang Kai raised his brow as he stared at the firebird in surprise, feeling the powerful aura coming from its body and secretly feeling shocked. The firebird had undoubtedly successfully swallowed the heavenly thunder fire and obtained a soul evolution. After this evolution, the firebird was no longer the same as before. Was it at least 10 times stronger? Yang Kai felt a pressure from the firebird that only an Origin King could give him. Was the firebird now comparable to an Origin King? Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Screech! The firebird raised its head and let out a crisp and clear cry. It seemed to be very excited as well. Immediately, its figure began to spin as it folded its wings, and its entire body underwent an earth-shattering change in a very short time. The other had a fiery figure. A beautiful woman with fluttering red hair suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbfounded in an instant. Looking around, the beautiful woman who appeared in front of him was simply unbelievably beautiful. Her delicate face was decorated with flawless facial features and slender willowy eyebrows. She had a delicate jade nose and thin, tender red lips that shone with a ruby-like luster, causing one's imagination to run wild. Her seductive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and two beautiful legs that descended from her thighs. Her snow-white jade-like feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yen was also surprised and covered her mouth with her small hands. Immediately, she seemed to remember something and smiled towards Kai Yang, her eyes filled with deep meaning. How did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved firebird and asked somewhat incoherently. Greetings, master. The firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all as passionate as her fiery figure and indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. The firebird nodded and thought for a moment before saying, after fusing with that guy, I can speak now. I can already speak. But does master not like me like this? Should I like it? Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times as he caught a glimpse of Su Yen looking at him with interest from the corner of his eyes, causing him to feel a little guilty. Of course. I've followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so… Shut up. Yang Kai was furious and took a deep breath before turning to look at Su Yen and saying in a serious tone, "This is slander, senior sister, please don't take it seriously." Su Yen smiled sweetly and said, "Naturally, I believe in junior brother." "Then it's my fault." Firebird thought seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yen. "Greetings, mistress. Little girl has good eyesight." Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards the Firebird. Su Yen smiled and stepped forward, taking the Firebird's hand and saying, "You don't need to be so polite, I can see that you're quite young in your current form, so from now on, let's call each other sisters. And you've followed junior brother for so many years, so you must know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women." The Firebird frowned and replied with some reluctance. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still preferred the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that the Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? "By the way, junior brother, now that she's in human form, does she have a name?" Su Yen didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to the Firebird. "Do you want to have a name?" A strange light flashed across the Firebird's eyes as she quickly said, "I ask Master to grant me a name." A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. "Let's call her Lu Yen." Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Attractive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and 2 beautiful legs. Snow-white, jade-white feet lightly stepped on the void, as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yen also covered her mouth in surprise, but immediately seemed to think of something and smiled sweetly towards Yang Kai, her eyes filled with deep meaning. "You? How did you become like this?" Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved Firebird, somewhat incoherent. "Greetings, Master." Firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all like the passion of that fiery figure, just like her indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak?" Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. Firebird nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, "After fusing with that guy, I can speak now." "What's wrong? Master doesn't like me like this." "Should I like it?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times. Glancing at Su Yen from the corner of his eyes and seeing her looking at him with interest, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. "Of course. I've followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so…" "Shut up." Yang Kai was furious, taking a deep breath, turning to look at Su Yen and saying seriously, This is slander, senior sister, please don't take it seriously." Su Yen smiled sweetly and said, "I naturally believe in junior brother." "Then it's my fault." Firebird thought about it seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yen. "Greetings, mistress. This little girl has good eyesight." Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards Firebird. Su Yen pursed her lips and smiled, stepping forward and taking Firebird's hand. "You don't need to be so polite, I can see that you're not very old, so we'll call each other sisters from now on. And you've followed junior brother for so many years, so you should know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women," Firebird replied with a frown, a somewhat reluctant look on her face. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still liked the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, Why did he always feel like he had lost something? By the way, junior brother, she now has a human body. Does she have a name? Su Yan didn't want to get to the bottom of these trivial matters and suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and turned to Firebird. Do you want to have a name? Firebird's eyes flashed with a strange light as she quickly said, Please grant me a name, master. A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. Let's call her Lu Yan. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Chapter 1668. The pitch-black Origin King-grade starships sailed deep into Starry Skies territory, moving in a certain direction without needing anyone to control it. Inside the starship, only a small number of cultivator monitors the surrounding movements. Yang Kai was not here, but had entered the sealed world bead. This was a journey home. Shadowed Star was the new home of these people from Tong Xian realm. It had been a year since they left Scarlet Wave Star, and over the past year, the starship had been sailing safely and smoothly according to the route drawn by Yang Kai. Occasionally, they would encounter some small troubles, but with the help of the crystal cannons, the road ahead was unimpeded. With the tyrannical power of the Origin King-grade starship, not many people could afford to provoke it. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were constantly refining pills, spending a lot of financial and material resources to improve the cultivation of the people from Tong Xian realm. The overall strength of the human, monster, and demon clans had skyrocketed, and Saint Realm cultivators could be found everywhere. The top masters of the three clans had now reached the second or third order Saint King realm, their strength increasing by leaps and bounds. This was a process of accumulation. The situation of Tong Xian realm and Shadowed Star was different. The former was due to the lack of world energy, which limited the cultivation of cultivators, while the latter was due to the suppression of world principles. Now, inside the small sealed world, the world energy was rich, and the supply of cultivation materials was abundant, so the cultivator from Tong Xian realm could naturally develop and improve their strength. Yang Xiaozhu and the others also explained the mysteries of cultivation to them, so it would be strange if they did not make rapid progress. Every day, the atmosphere inside the sealed world bead was jubilant, and every day, someone would break through their shackles and advance to the next level. Yang Kai gave special treatment to his closest relatives. Everyone had selfish motives. Yang Kai was no exception. His parents, Grand Master, Ancestral Founder, his martial uncles, the old demon, and so on. All of them were personally refined by Yang Kai, using all kinds of heaven-defying pills to transform their physiques, clear their meridians, and thoroughly enhance their potential and aptitude. At a window on the second floor of a palace, there was a beautiful figure standing by the window. A gentle breeze brushed past, ruffling her hair. She stared blankly at the square in the distance. Her gaze was fixed on a handsome young man. Her gaze was gentle. There was also a trace of nostalgia in the depths of his eyes. Sister Qiu. Suddenly, a shout came from behind her. Qiu Yimeng withdrew her gaze and turned around to see a pair of twin sisters, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er. You've come? Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly and collected her thoughts. Sit down. Hu Jiao Er looked at her thoughtfully. He looked out of the window again. When he saw the busy figure in the square, he suddenly sighed. It seems like the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if I can catch up to him in this lifetime. That's right. The more I cultivate, the more I feel like the distance between us is growing. Hu Mei Er's expression also dimmed. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled. Why are two little sisters so discouraged? The secret art you two cultivate is at least much better than this elder sister's. Now, you've both reached the second order Saint King realm while this elder sister has only just entered the Saint King realm. That being said, I heard that he has already reached the third order Origin returning realm. Hu Mei Er showed a worried look. The only ones who can accompany him now are only Su Yan and Su Yan. I don't know how they cultivated, but both of them have already reached the Origin returning realm. A few days ago, Xia Ningchang broke through to the second order Origin returning realm. Just thinking about it makes me angry. They have their own opportunities. We just need to work hard on our own. Don't try to catch up to him, Just don't fall too far behind him. Qiu Yimeng persuaded. Elder sister Qiu's heart is really firm. Hu Jiao looked at Qiu Yimeng with admiration. Qiu Yimeng smiled and said, since we chose to leave Tong Xian realm with him, we should have this kind of heart. If we feel despair, we might as well stay on Tong Xian realm and become the overlords. What do you think, two little sisters? Hu Jiao and Hu Mei glanced at each other and nodded solemnly. Good, enough with the small talk. Come with me. I have also made an appointment with the other young talents of the monster race and demon race. This time, the younger generation of our three clans will have a good competition. Only through competition can people grow. Qiu Yimeng got up and beckoned to the two women. Hu Jiao and Hu Mei quickly followed. The days inside the sealed world bead were calm and uneventful. Time flew by, and soon, another year had passed. One day, Yang Kai was dual cultivating with Su Yan, their palms pressed together as their saint qi flowed freely through each other's bodies. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes. What's wrong? Su Yan also opened her eyes and asked suspiciously. We seem to have arrived, Yang Kai grinned. Have we finally arrived? Su Yan was also quite happy. It was such a long journey. And Shadowed Star is very remote. If it weren't for the Origin King grade starship, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Come with me. Good, call Ning Chang as well. After informing Xia Ning Chang, the trio's figures flickered and appeared inside the starship. Immediately, a High Heaven Sect disciple stepped forward and reported, Sect Master, Shadowed Star is up ahead. We've finally arrived home. His expression was one of excitement. Unlike the people from Tong Xian realm, he was a disciple of the Haiku family and was born on Shadowed Star. This time, he had been out with Yang Kai for at least 7 or 8 years, so naturally he missed home. Please give us your instructions, Sect Master. The High Heaven Sect disciple respectfully asked for instructions. Yes. The next moment, the starship quickly flew towards the huge cultivation star, and after a quarter of an hour, it entered the atmosphere and the enchanting scenery below immediately entered their eyes. Yang Kai did not let the starship continue to sail and instead took Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang away, put the starship into the sealed world bead, and directed his star shuttle to descend. The Origin King grade starship was too ostentatious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai did not want to expose it to the eyes of the world. Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang had just arrived, so when they felt the rich world energy aura here, both of them wore looks of pleasant surprise as they breathed in the air with exaggerated excitement. Junior brother, what city is that down there? It's so big, Xia Ning Chang pointed to the city below and asked. I'm not too sure, Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had spent a lot of time on Shadowed Star, the entire Shadowed Star was simply too big, so he naturally couldn't recognize every city. Xia Ning Chang pursed her lips and smiled, no longer making things difficult for Kai Yang. Oh! Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he carefully observed the outline of the city below and laughed. I know where this is. Where is this? This is Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai pointed down. Look over there. Do you see a mountain range? When I first came to Shadowed Star, I settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Later, this place was besieged by many people and after a great battle, Dragon Cave Mountain was destroyed, so we migrated to the current High Heaven Sect. Following the direction of his finger, Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang really saw a dilapidated small mountain range. Perhaps because Yang Kai had once stayed here, the two women looked at this mountain range with eyes full of affection. It's really fate, Su Yan said with some emotion. When Yang Kai first came to Shadowed Star, he had landed here, and on his return this time, he had inadvertently come to this place as well. The trajectories of history were amazingly overlapping. It really is fate. Come, follow me down. I know the City Lord of Heavenly Fate City, so I can borrow his space array. Yang Kai waved his hand and rushed down. Heavenly Fate City Lord was Fei Ji too, and if not for his injury causing his cultivation to fall, he would have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai just like Qian Tong. After so many years, Yang Kai wondered if Fei Jitu's cultivation had recovered. When Yang Kai was still weak, Fei Jitu had taken good care of him, something Yang Kai had always remembered. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere down below. "Junior brother, someone is fighting," Su Yan noticed and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction she was pointing, but suddenly his expression shook and he came to a stop, his expression becoming strange. How could it be them? Although they were separated by several hundred kilometers, with the strength of Yang Kai's current divine sense, he was able to instantly detect the identity of the two parties involved in this battle. It turned out to be Shadow Moon Hall's disciples Wei Guchang and Dong Xian. These two were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous young talents throughout Shadowed Star. After so many years, the cultivation of these two seemed to have improved greatly, and when they joined forces, they were able to display terrifying combat power far surpassing that of the First Order Origin Returning Realm. However, the other side they were fighting was even more powerful. There were more than a dozen Origin Returning Realm Masters, and there was even a Third Order Origin Returning Realm Master among them. They had surrounded Wei Guchang and Dong Xian, not giving them any opportunity to escape. How could it be them? Yang Kai was puzzled. This place was near Heavenly Fate City and was within Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian were the future pillars of Shadow Moon Hall. The former was the disciple of the old Hall Master while the latter was Qian Tong's disciple. Their identities and statuses were extraordinary. Who would dare attack these two in Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence? Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was not quite right, as if something big had happened on Shadowed Star during the years he had been away. "Junior brother, do you know them?" Su Yan asked. Let's go take a look." Yang Kai's face became calm as he led Su Yan and Xia Ningchang over. A few hundred kilometers away, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian were fighting a bloody battle, their opponents 5 Origin Returning Realm Masters. Even though Wei Guchang and Dong Xian's combat strength was quite good, they were still outnumbered. On top of that, they seemed to have experienced a lot of battles recently, causing their Saint Qi to be weak and their auras to be somewhat unstable. If it weren't for the moon-like artifact floating above Wei Guchang's head, these enemies would have already swarmed up and killed the two. The moon-like artifact, stimulated by Wei Guchang's secret technique, exuded a soft light that transformed into a myriad of illusions, capable of both attacking and defending. At every critical moment, it saved Wei Guchang and Dong Xian's lives. Chapter 1669. Although this moon-like artifact had unfathomable power, Wei Guchang was constantly using it, consuming a lot of energy. During the battle, he had stuffed a number of pills into his mouth, hoping to restore his Saint Qi, but the effect was not as significant as he had imagined. The 5 Origin Returning Realm Masters besieging Yang Kai and Dong Xian were somewhat hesitant to attack, so they didn't directly attack them. Instead, they simply circled around them, consuming their physical strength and Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to capture them alive. Not far away, a Third Order Origin Returning Realm Master stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at Wei Guchang as he shouted, "Martial Nephew Wei, don't be stubborn, hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate and Martial Uncle will spare your life." But Wei Guchang spat, and although his appearance was extremely distressed, his face was filled with contempt. "Xie Li, you used to be an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, but now you're so greedy and afraid of death. Not only did you collude with evil monsters to harm the sect, but now you're willing to become the dog of that bastard, ha? If you want me to hand over the Heavenly Moon silver plate, come and get it yourself." Wei Guchang's entire body was bathed in blood, but he still did not change his heroic nature of the past. Xie Li's expression became cold as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Wei Guchang's words had undoubtedly poked at his sore spot. Taking a deep breath, Xie Li did not explode on the spot and instead continued to persuade, "Nephew Wei, you are also a hero of your generation. Don't you know that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? Today, Shadowed Star is a place where the glory of Shadow Moon Hall and the other great sects is gone forever. Martial uncle sees that you are young and ignorant and does not want to bother with you too much. Hand over the heavenly moon silver plate and you can leave. Otherwise, even if you die, won't you consider Xian Er's safety? At such a tender age, if she dies here with you, don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt? Wei Guchang's expression changed slightly. After the fierce battle, he turned his head to look at Dong Xiener, the blood-red look in his eyes instantly replaced by a touch of tenderness. It was undeniable that Xie Li was a cunning old fox. With just a few words, he had disintegrated Wei Guchang's momentum. Dong Xiener clenched her silver teeth and shouted, "Brother, don't listen to his crazy words. He is no longer our martial uncle. Xian Er can live and die with Big Brother in this life. I can die without regrets. No matter what, I cannot hand over the heavenly moon silver plate." "Xing." Wei Guchang called out softly. At that moment, Xie Li's eyes flashed and he, who had been biding his time, suddenly pushed his pure Saint Qi and pointed towards Wei Guchang. A dark ray of light. It shot out from his fingertips and hit Wei Guchang's chest while he was distracted. Wei Guchang's body shook as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura quickly weakened, and he staggered back over 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. "Big Brother!" Dong Xiener was shocked. She let out a mournful cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, causing one to shed tears. A ferocious look flashed across Xie Li's face as he laughed. "Smelly brat, you dare to fight with this old master? Let's see if you can survive this time. Kill him for me." "Despicable!" Wei Guchang gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. Seeing several enemies arrive in front of him, the brilliance of many artifacts and secret techniques blooming and enveloping him, he was unable to use his Saint Qi to defend himself. The full moon-like silver plate that had been suspended above his head also dimmed, unable to play the slightest role. Death was beckoning to him. Strangely, Wei Guchang's expression softened at this moment, but he finally glanced in the direction of Dong Xiener, his eyes filled with guilt and distress. Behind Dong Xiener, 2 other origin-returning realm cultivator bombarded her back with violent attacks. Dong Xiener smiled at him, and the whole world suddenly became bright and colorful. Before death arrived, the two did not speak, just a simple exchange of glances, and they knew that each other was satisfied. They were not born in the same year, month and day, but they could die in the same year, month and day. What else could they ask for? Wei Guchang stretched out his hand to grab Dong Xiener, and Dong Xiener also stretched out her jade white hand. The two hands clasped mid-air, as if their bodies and minds had become one. Immediately, the two hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and waited for death to arrive. The horrified screams of the enemies echoed in his ears. There was a violent energy fluctuation and the sound of bones breaking. The expected death didn't come as expected. Wei Guchang frowned and opened his eyes suspiciously, only to see a familiar face standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Wei Guchang was stunned, his eyes widening in an instant, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard to confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion, Wei Guchang cried out, "Brother Yang!" The person standing next to him was Yang Kai. Wei Guchang's heart pounded wildly. Yang Kai had left Shadowed Star long ago for the vast star territory, something Wei Guchang knew. Because he had heard Fei Zhitu mention this more than once, and every time he did, Fei Zhitu would wear a look of regret and regret. If his cultivation had not fallen, he could have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and experienced the wonders and wonders of the star territory. But at that critical juncture, something happened to him and his cultivation fell. In the end, from the Shadow Moon Hall, only Qian Tong left with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been gone for 7 or 8 years without any news from him, so no one knew whether they were safe in the star territory or not. But today, at this critical juncture, Yang Kai had magically appeared and saved his brother and sister's lives. Since Yang Kai had returned, what about Elder Qian? Wei Guchang hurriedly turned his head to look around, but apart from discovering 2 unknown but astonishingly beautiful women, he did not see any trace of Elder Qian. Wei Guchang's heart sank. Elder Qian is fine, Brother Wei need not worry. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, quickly comforting him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Wei, and you're still as elegant as ever. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Wei Guchang grinned, the blood at the corner of his mouth making him look even more ferocious. Brother Yang, are you making fun of this Wei? I wouldn't dare. Brother, let go of me first. Dong Xianer's voice reached Wei Guchang's ears like an ant. Startled, Wei Guchang remembered that he was still holding Dong Xianer tightly and had not let go even now. The soft body in his arms was rapidly heating up, and the fragrant breath in his ear made Wei Guchang feel inexplicably restless, but the fullness of her chest made him even more reluctant to let go. Brother and sister, although they had been deeply in love with each other for a long time, the two had not done anything too intimate for so many years. This time, if it were not for the fact that they were in a life and death crisis, they would not have been able to do this. Gently letting go of Dong Xianer, Wei Guchang scratched his head. I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Yang. Dong Xianer stood to the side with a red face and lowered head, not saying a word. Su Yan and Xia Ningchang looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brother Wei and Miss Dong are true friends in times of need. This Yang is very moved. How could he make a fool of himself? Yang Kai said seriously, then raised his eyes and looked forward, lightly saying, What's going on? I've been gone for so many years, but something big seems to have happened in Shadow Moon Hall. Hearing this, Wei Guchang's expression became cold. It's not just Shadow Moon Hall, all of Shadowed Star has been turned upside down. It's hard to explain in a short time, but this person was one of the elders of Shadow Moon Hall and held great power in his hands, but now he has surrendered to the enemy and is committing all kinds of crimes. He even killed the old temple master and imprisoned City Lord Fei. Killed the old temple master and imprisoned City Lord Fei? Yang Kai looked shocked. Little beast, so it was you. Opposite him, Xie Li stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, his eyes full of hatred, as if Yang Kai had some kind of irreconcilable grudge against him, throwing his head back and laughing wildly. This old master has searched high and low for you for so many years only to find you by chance. This old master has been looking for you for so many years, but now you've delivered yourself to his doorstep. Good, very good. Today this old master will kill you and avenge my dead child. Do you know me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Xie Li roared. Nearly 10 years ago, Xie Hong died at your hands. Do you still remember him? Xie Hong? Yang Kai frowned, but immediately remembered. You mean the Xie family's young master who led his men to attack me in the Lu Yen desert? So, you are Xie Hong's father, Xie Li? Yang Kai understood the other party's identity. It is this old master. Today is the day I take revenge for my dead child. Little bastard, do you have anything to say? Xie Li gnashed his teeth and roared, his eyes turning red like a mad beast, causing those around him to shudder. Yang Kai sneered, Xie Hong's death is entirely his own fault, he can't blame anyone else. You murder, you actually dare to twist words and force logic? Good, since you say so, you can only blame yourself for dying today, you can't blame anyone else, Xie Li shouted hysterically. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head, Old man, you're wrong, I won't die today, the one who will die will be you. Xie Li laughed. Ignorant brat, you think this old master will listen to your nonsense? Whether you listen or not has nothing to do with me. Forget it, since this is a matter of the Shadow Moon Hall, it's not good for me to intervene, so I'll let Elder Qian clean up the house. Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with Xie Li anymore, so he communicated with the sealed world bead with his divine sense and informed Qian Tong, then reached out and pointed forward. Elder Qian. Wei Guchang heard this and looked around with a happy expression. Where is Elder Qian? Is my master also here? Dong Xianer also looked surprised. He is. Yang Kai grinned and a mysterious power burst out from his fingertips, gradually forming a vortex in front of him. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's eyes were attracted, nervously and expectantly watching as an old figure walked out of the vortex. Qian Tong. What is this? Xie Li's expression changed slightly as he stared at the strange vortex, unable to understand how Qian Tong came out of it. The vortex seemed to be connected to another world, making him unable to understand it. But soon his eyes focused on Qian Tong, his face full of fear. Chapter 1670. As the great elder of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong had great prestige in Shadow Moon Hall for many years. The old hall master was in retreat all year round in order to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm, so in Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong was almost equivalent to half a hall master. Coupled with his extremely high cultivation, Xie Chen had always been very wary of him. Now that he saw Qian Tong appear, Xie Chen instinctively took a few steps back, a look of fear on his face. But soon, he stopped moving with a ruthless look on his face. Yes, 10 years ago, he was indeed not Qian Tong's opponent. After all, he was a minor realm below him in terms of cultivation, but now, he dispelled the deep-rooted fear of Qian Tong in his heart and replaced it with eagerness. "Oh, we're home." Qian Tong walked out of the vortex and saw Heavenly Fate City not far away at a glance. He laughed and said, "We're finally home." This old master was too bored staying in that damned place. Although the sealed world bead was peaceful and rich in world energy, there was still something missing, making Qian Tong feel uncomfortable. Now that he was back in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong was in a good mood. Good. I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. You're actually about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. HM? How did you get hurt? Qian Tong's face sank and a thunderous anger appeared on his face. Who hurt you? He was still aware of the current situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer both stared at Qian Tong in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, the two knelt down at Qian Tong's feet. "Elder Qian." Disciple failed to protect Shadow Moon Hall. "Please punish me, Elder." Wei Guchang pressed his forehead to the ground and shouted in a trembling voice. "Master, please punish me." Dong Xianer also knelt on the ground, sobbing softly. Even in the face of an enemy several times stronger than himself, even in the face of death. The brother and sister didn't even frown. But now, when they saw Qian Tong, their firm will finally crumbled. They were like children who had been wronged and saw their parents. Qian Tong also realized something was wrong at this moment and swept his eyes around coldly. Wei Wei's gaze paused on Xie Chen. She had a vague guess, but she did not pursue the matter immediately. She raised her hand and helped Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer up. She said in a low voice, "Get up and talk. Shadow Moon Hall, what happened?" Qian Tong's face was calm. However, it was like the eve before a storm, causing an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere to appear in this world. "The Shadow Moon Hall has been destroyed." Wei Guchang replied bitterly. "Destroyed?" Qian Tong's face sank. "Who did it? Tell me in detail." Wei Guchang nodded respectfully. He then explained the changes that happened in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. 2 years ago, a great change suddenly occurred on Shadowed Star. A mysterious force emerged and crazily suppressed all the great sects and families on Shadowed Star. Anyone who did not submit would be killed. For a time, all of Shadowed Star was in a reign of terror. Countless cities were reduced to ruins overnight. Hundreds of millions of lives perished. Whales filled the world as corpses piled up into mountains. Blood flowed freely. Soon, the claws of that mysterious force reached out to Shadow Moon Hall. In the face of such a powerful force, the leaders of Shadow Moon Hall did not know what to do. Shadow Moon Hall was divided into 2 factions. This was revealed when Qian Tong was still on Shadowed Star. In the face of a crisis, this division became even more serious. In the end, the pro-surrender faction led by Xie Chen emerged victorious. Xie Chen and the others launched a sneak attack on the old temple master and some of the leaders of the pro-war faction, causing Shadow Moon Hall to suffer heavy casualties and fall apart. Overnight, Shadow Moon Hall changed owners. Xie Chen became the new temple master of Shadow Moon Hall and submitted to the mysterious force. The high-level cultivator who supported Qian Tong in the past was almost completely exterminated. Fei Ji too, who was in Heavenly Fate City, was also imprisoned. Only a few elites managed to escape from Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were called by the old temple master the night before the incident. The old temple master told them to take the sex-hallowed treasure, the heavenly moon silver plate, and leave Shadow Moon Hall. Over the past 2 years, the two of them had been hiding their identities and running around, living an extremely difficult life. The reason why they appeared near Heavenly Fate City this time was to rescue Fei Ji. Tuesday, Xiachen sent out news that Fei Ji, who refused to submit, would be beheaded in Heavenly Fate City today as a warning to others, so Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had no choice but to appear. Even if they knew that this was a trap, the two of them jumped in without hesitation. The old temple master is dead. Old Fei is imprisoned? Qian Tong's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, and anyone could clearly feel his towering anger. What about High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shadow Moon Hall suffered such a disaster, but did High Heaven Sect not help? If High Heaven Sect really didn't help, then he would be too disappointed. When Yang Kai was in trouble, Qian Tong and Fei Ji had helped him a lot. The reason why Fei Ji-tu's cultivation had fallen was also related to Yang Kai. But thinking about it carefully, High Heaven Sect had Yi Shiyun in charge, and with Yi Shiyun's temperament, it was impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. High Heaven Sect has reinforcements. Many of the disciples who escaped from Shadow Moon Hall have been taken into High Heaven Sect to take refuge. Moreover, Great Elder Yi has also sent a number of third-order origin returning realm masters, but what? But they were not their opponent, and several of them died, so they had no choice but to return, Wei Guchang said sadly. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even Qian Tong had a look of disbelief on his face. The origin returning realm masters dispatched by High Heaven Sect were definitely masters from Star Emperor Mountain, so how could they not be their opponent, and several of them even died? It was impossible for Shadow Moon Hall to be so powerful. Corpse Spirit Religion has countless masters, and it is rumored that they even have an Origin King Realm Master. High Heaven Sect's disciples were killed by one of their Origin Kings, Wei Guchang explained. Corpse Spirit Religion was the name of the mysterious force that had just risen. Impossible. Qian Tong had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star? And 4 of them at once. How was this possible? This place was suppressed by the mysterious world principles, so no Origin King Realm Masters had been born here for tens of thousands of years. If not for this, Qian Tong and the others would not have followed Yang Kai on this voyage. But now, Wei Guchang was actually telling them that 4 Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star. None of them could accept this. Disciple has only heard rumors, so Disciple does not know the real situation. Wei Guchang's expression dimmed, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he said again, right? Great Elder Yi should be clear about this. What do you mean? Yang Kai's expression changed. It is rumored that Great Elder Yi once encountered 2 of these 4 masters, and after a fierce battle, she was seriously injured and returned to High Heaven Sect, where she is still recuperating. Yi Shiyun was seriously injured. This was extremely bad news. However, Yang Kai and Qian Tong glanced at each other and inferred some useful information. The 4 masters in the rumors. They should not be Origin Kings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yi Shiyun to escape unscathed from 2 of them. As long as one of them took action, Yi Shiyun would have been easily killed. But in fact, Yi Shiyun had only escaped with serious injuries. However, the strength of the other party was indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Shiyun's cultivation had reached the limit of the Origin returning realm, and if it were not for her being unwilling to leave Shadowed Star, she would likely have been an Origin King by now. The other party only dispatched 2 masters to injure Yi Shiyun, so it seemed that they were masters on the same level as Yi Shiyun, perhaps even stronger. The expressions of Yang Kai and Qian Tong fluctuated as they quietly digested the information Wei Guchang conveyed. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 years, such a huge change had occurred on Shadowed Star. What the hell was this Corpse Spirit Religion? Why had it been so obscure before? Why had it suddenly appeared? Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about High Heaven Sect. Today, High Heaven Sect can be regarded as the last pure land on Shadowed Star. Although it is heavily surrounded, no one can attack it. Wei Guchang saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly comforted him. I know that, Yang Kai nodded. Regarding the safety of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai was not worried. Outside High Heaven Sect, there were 3 blazing flame rings, each of which was an emperor artifact. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came in person, it would be impossible for them to break through the defenses of the 3 blazing flame rings. Many people who are unwilling to submit want to escape to High Heaven Sect, but Wei Guchang sighed. He and Dong Xianer also wanted to enter High Heaven Sect, but unfortunately, there were too many enemies on the periphery and they had no chance at all. For the past 2 years, they had been forced to hide here and there, living a very difficult life. Are you done chatting? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the side. Xiachen. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not attacking or stopping Wei Guchang from divulging information, but now he suddenly spoke. Qian Tong turned his head and looked at him with a cold expression and sharp gaze. Xia Chen's heart jumped, but he forced himself to calm down and sneered, "Great Elder Qian, long time no see." Xiachen. Qian Tong took a deep breath. It seems that this old master was too merciful back then. I thought that since we were both from Shadow Moon Hall, killing each other would only weaken Shadow Moon Hall, so when the Xie family rebelled, this old master let you go. But I never thought that my past mercy would lead to today's misfortune. This old master will not be able to absolve himself from the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. Haha. Xie Chen laughed wildly. Qian Tong, you're about to die, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. Who do you think you are? Yes, you did make this old master fear you back then, and you also had the ability to kill me. But since you didn't do so, you no longer have the chance. Today, this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm master and Shadow Moon Hall's temple master. You are no longer my opponent. Qian Tong, out of consideration for your great contributions to Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master can spare your life. As long as you are willing to submit to Corpse Spirit Religion, this temple master will restore your position as Great Elder. Qian Tong looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown, the sarcasm and contempt in his eyes obvious. Yang Kai was also amused by Xie Chen. Xie Chen was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago, yet he dared to challenge the current Qian Tong. It seemed that he really didn't know how to write the word death. Chapter 1671. Seeing Qian Tong not speaking, Xie Chen thought he was afraid, so he became even more arrogant and shouted, "Qian Tong, a wise man submits to circumstances. Corpse Spirit Religion has 4 origin kings and will soon unify Shadowed Star. Don't be stubborn, as long as you are willing to submit, this temple master can put in a few good words for you. With your cultivation, you will be valued no less than this temple master's." Qian Tong let out a long sigh, his tone bleak as he glanced over at Xie Chen faintly. "You said that Corpse Spirit Religion has 4 origin king realm masters?" Xie Chen grinned meaningfully and nodded. "Do you know what the Origin King Realm is?" "The Origin King Realm." Xie Chen paused for a moment as a look of confusion appeared on his face. This realm had been passed down on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, and the world only knew that it was a realm higher than the Origin Returning Realm, but when Xie Chen really spoke about it, he didn't know how to describe it. After all, he had never seen it before. Unable to help becoming angry out of shame, Xie Chen roared, "Do you know?" Qian Tong looked at him faintly and did not speak, then stretched out his hand towards Xie Chen, grasped the air lightly and withdrew it. Xie Chen instinctively stepped back and pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier, but the storm of attacks did not reach him and there was not even a single scar on his body. He also did not notice any trace of Saint Qi surging from Qian Tong's body. "Qian Tong, you dare fool this temple master?" Xie Chen flew into a rage, his face alternating between red and blue. "You're dead. Since you and I both came from Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master did not want to kill you, but since you don't put this temple master in your eyes, no one can save you today. Kill him. Xie Chen roared his last sentence at his subordinates. When Yang Kai saved Wei Guchang earlier, he keenly noticed that these people were all from Shadow Moon Hall. Before he figured out the truth of the situation, he didn't kill them. All he did was shake them away from Wei Guchang. These people were fine, and now they had all recovered. Hearing Xie Chen's order, the group of 6 or 7 origin returning realm masters hesitated. Xie Chen was afraid of Qian Tong, but so were they. Although everyone's strength had increased after joining the corpse spirit religion, Qian Tong's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. At this time, it was impossible for them to make a move against Qian Tong. They were undoubtedly very nervous. Palace Master. Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something shocking. He pointed at Xie Chen in horror and shouted loudly. The others looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Horror appeared in their eyes and they couldn't help but pull away from Xie Chen, avoiding him as if he was the plague. What's wrong? Xie Chen was still a little slow to react. When he looked down, his expression changed drastically and he cried out in horror, "What's going on?" He suddenly discovered that his arms were filled with energy. At the base of his legs, there was a wave of energy running rampant. This energy could be seen with the naked eye, but there was not the slightest fluctuation. This energy was like a locust that tore a small hole in Xie Chen's body and drilled into it. Throughout this process, Xie Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Xie Chen felt his hair stand on end. He felt a chill run down his spine, almost causing the soles of his feet to cramp. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk 4 explosions rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Xie Chen's hands and feet exploded into a bloody mist. Only his short upper body remained as it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Xie Chen's expression twisted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The traders of Shadow Moon Hall also looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their expressions changed drastically. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is a nightmare. Xie Chen roared like a wounded beast. Without his hands and feet, he looked both comical and miserable, as if he had suffered some kind of cruel torture. This palace master is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. No one can do this except for an origin king. This palace master doesn't believe it. Xie Chen had obviously suffered a huge blow and looked like he had gone mad. As soon as he spoke these words, his entire body froze. Staring at Qian Tong in a daze, fear finally filling the depths of his eyes as he muttered, "Origin King Realm, you're already an Origin King?" If Qian Tong was not an Origin King, it would have been impossible for him to be reduced to this state with just a wave of his hand. If Qian Tong was not an Origin King, Xie Chen would definitely have been able to fight back. "You're not too stupid," Qian Tong said indifferently. "What? Great Elder is already an Origin King?" Wei Guchang was stunned. Dong Xian covered her mouth with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, her originally dim eyes once again shone with light. Origin King Realm. Had Honored Master actually reached the legendary realm that had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years? If this was the case, then the Shadow Moon Hall could be saved. Dong Xianer's tender body trembled as tears overflowed from her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she thought of all her brothers and sisters who had died tragically in front of her. All of you should be able to rest in peace now. Honored Master has now reached the Origin King Realm and will soon be able to avenge all of you by killing all those murderers and giving you justice. Asterisk Putong. Asterisk the several Origin returning realm traders in the Shadow Moon Hall knelt on the ground, all of them staring at Qian Tong in horror, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Great Elder, this subordinate was wrong. This subordinate knows his wrongs. This subordinate asks Great Elder to spare this subordinate's life. Great Elder, this subordinate was forced to do this. This subordinate's wife and daughter are in the hands of those bastards. This subordinate had no choice but to collude with them. This subordinate asks for Great Elder's judgment. Great Elder, Please spare our lives. Let us live. Great Elder is merciful, please let us go. Qian Tong looked at them with disgust and hatred before taking a deep breath and asking, Cheng, Xian, have they ever killed any of my Shadow Moon Hall's loyalists? Wei Guchang's eyes were burning with anger as he replied in a deep voice. Vicious enemies were not hateful. What was hateful were these traitors who aided the tyrant in his evil deeds. Wei Guchang had seen these traitors kill his former compatriots more than once. Good. Qian Tong's clothes fluttered without any wind as his monstrous anger spread out like a tsunami, completely drowning the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall. Since you've already killed them, there's nothing left to say. Saying so, Qian Tong stretched out his hand and pointed at these traitors. Silently, these traitors froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone's face showed a pained look, as if they were enduring some unbearable torture. A moment later, boom boom boom, loud noises rang out, and without exception, the traitors all exploded and died. Their souls were destroyed. The only one left was Xie Chen, who had lost all his limbs, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation crippled. Kill me! Kill me! Xie Chen roared in a low voice. In his current state he would rather die. After cultivating for nearly 100 years, Xie Chen was met with such retribution because of a single mistake. Killing you is letting you off too easily. Qian Tong was unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the blood from flowing from Xie Chen's wound. He reached out and lifted him up, taking large strides towards Sky Fortune City. Xian, come with this old man to save your martial Uncle Fei. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer looked at each other and followed excitedly. They knew that Qian Tong was truly angry this time. Otherwise, with his past temperament, he would never have acted so viciously. Killing someone was nothing more than a simple matter, but he had forcibly saved Xie Chen's life and used pain and fear to torture his body and mind. It seemed that Qian Tong was going to make a big fuss this time. Let's go and take a look. Yang Kai called out to Su Yan and Xiaoning Chang. I owe a debt of gratitude to City Lord Fei. Since he is Junior Brother's benefactor, we must save him, the two women replied in unison. Inside Sky Fortune City, security was tight. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, as if they were guarding against something. And in a certain square inside Sky Fortune City, Fei Jitu's hair was disheveled, his body was shackled, and his hands and feet were heavily shackled. He looked terrible and there were no energy fluctuations coming from his body. It was unknown whether he had been sealed or his cultivation had been crippled. But even though he was down and out, he still stood straight. Around the square, countless residents of Sky Fortune City had gathered. These people were all looking up at Fei Jitu standing on a high platform, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Fei Jitu had been Sky Fortune City's city lord for many years, and although he had not done a perfect job, he had still been able to empathize with the people and protect the safety of Sky Fortune City. But ever since corpse spirit religion took over, Sky Fortune City had been in complete chaos. Countless children had disappeared inexplicably, and countless beautiful girls had been abducted. As long as the people of Sky Fortune City showed any signs of resistance, they would immediately be punished and suppressed. Compared to the days when Fei Jitu was the city lord, life now was simply torture in hell. So, they missed the days of those days very much. However, today was the day Fei Jitu would be beheaded in public. Corpse spirit religion wanted to use this to warn all of Shadowed Star how miserable the fate of those who resisted would be. Not far from the high platform where Fei Jitu was standing, there were several high-ranking members of Shadow Moon Hall. In the past, Fei Jitu had some dealings with them and even called Fei Jitu brothers, but now, they were gathered around a young man in a purple robe who looked very luxurious, fawning over him. This young man was not very old, only about 17 or 18 years old, but his face was abnormally pale and there was a faint cold aura around him that made people feel very uncomfortable. If one got close enough, one could even smell a faint rancid smell coming from his body. At this moment, he was sitting under the scorching sun and seemed to be a little irritated. From time to time, he would look up at the sun in the sky and curse under his breath. One of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall noticed this and immediately waved his hand, "Bring in the blood food." As soon as he gave the order, a Saint King Realm cultivator rushed over from nearby. This cultivator carried a child in his hand and rushed to the high platform in a single step. Chapter 1672. The child that was brought up was only around 2 to 3 years old. He was fair and chubby, as if he was carved from jade. He looked very cute. However, being treated so rudely, the child naturally cried and screamed, waving his arms and legs in the air. In the crowd below, there was a man about 30 years old. After hearing the child's cries, he suddenly trembled and looked at the child with trembling eyes, calling out in a shrill voice, "My child." This 3-year-old child was his flesh and blood. A few days ago, he had inexplicably disappeared from his home and he didn't know who had abducted his child. Only today did he realize that the one who had abducted his flesh and blood turned out to be someone from Shadow Moon Hall. So, the rumors are true. During this period of time, many children under 5 years of age within Heavenly Fortune City, as well as many young and beautiful girls, had mysteriously disappeared. Their families had searched everywhere for them, but unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find anything. Everyone privately speculated that this was the work of Shadow Moon Hall. After all, in this small piece of land, only Shadow Moon Hall had the ability and strength to do so. But guesses were just guesses as they did not have any proof. Moreover, the Shadow Moon Palace of today was no longer the Shadow Moon Palace of the past. They did not dare to question the Shadow Moon Palace but could only grit their teeth and swallow it down, as they silently shed tears. Now, his child had suddenly appeared in front of him. Naturally, the man was very excited and hurriedly rushed forward. His cultivation wasn't high, only a 3rd order transcendent. He hadn't even reached the Saint Realm yet. Normally, he would never dare to act presumptuously in front of the masters of Shadow Moon Hall, but now that he loved his child so much, he couldn't care less. His figure leapt up and flew up into the air, straight towards the high platform. "Impudence!" A loud shout rang out and a stream of light flashed. The man who was in the air let out a muffled groan as a bloody hole appeared in his chest. When he fell to the ground, he was already a corpse. An uproar broke out as the surrounding crowd trembled with fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. In front of Master Fong, "You dare act so presumptuously? Kill 100 of them!" shouted the cultivator who had attacked earlier. The residents of Sky Fortune City all had expressions of grief and indignation, but none of them dared to speak. At this time, the 3-year-old child had already been sent in front of the youth surnamed Fong. The young man looked the child up and down with a satisfied expression. He waved his hand gently. Immediately, a young woman with heavy makeup walked out from behind her. Twisting her snake-like waist, the corner of her mouth held a cold and seductive smile. "What are you guys trying to do?" Fei Ji-tu suddenly asked. He stood on the high platform, and although he couldn't use his own strength, he still stared sharply at the young man. The young man curled his lips and did not reply. He clearly believed that a prisoner like Fei Ji-tu did not have the qualifications to speak to him. On the other hand, the trader from the Shadow Moon Hall chuckled, "Brother Fei, it's better if you don't talk so much. It's not bad to quietly enjoy the last moments of my life." After mocking and ridiculing, the trader no longer paid attention to Fei Ji-tu's day. The young woman came in front of the child and reached out to grab the child's tender wrist. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, looking extremely seductive. She lightly opened her red lips and smiled, "Very tender blood food, I'm sure Master will be satisfied." "Do it." The youth surnamed Fong was noncommittal. The young woman nodded and flicked her wrist. Suddenly, a cold gleaming dagger appeared. She gently cut the child's wrist, and dark red blood immediately flowed out from the wound. The young woman's other hand had a glass bottle. She placed it under the child's wrist and caught the blood that flowed out. Drip, drip, the sound of blood sputtering and the child's mournful cries affected everyone's heart. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. You are all heartless. You will all die a horrible death. Fei Zhi-Tu roared and struggled to rush over to save the child, but before he could take 2 steps, he was knocked to the ground by a cultivator on the high platform and was ruthlessly kicked a few times. The youth surnamed Fong coldly glanced at Fei Zhi-Tu and sneered, "What right does a loser have to speak to me? But don't worry, this is only the beginning of your life. After I cut off your head, this king will grant you a new life." His words were inexplicable and many people did not understand, but to Fei Zhi-Tu, they were no less than the voice of a demon. He prostrated himself on the ground and roared with his head raised, "Fong Fengqi, I won't let you go even if I die." The youth sneered, "When you become a member of my corpse spirit clan, you won't think like this. At that time, you will also have the right to enjoy this kind of blood." As he spoke, he took the glass bottle filled with fresh blood from the young woman's hand. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Then, he raised his head and drank the cup of warm blood in one gulp. The onlookers were all shocked. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at the trace of blood at the corner of Fong Fengqi's mouth. Everyone froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. This person actually drank blood? Also, what kind of strange creature was the corpse spirit clan he spoke of? The scene in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Fong Fengqi was undoubtedly the incarnation of a demon in the eyes of the crowd, the source of evil. Many people did not even have the courage to look at him. Fei Zhi-Tu's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. He stared at Fong Fengqi as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. "It tastes good." Fong Fengqi stretched out his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. The coquettishly dressed young woman knelt in front of him, stuck out her scarlet tongue, and sucked his finger clean of blood. A strange, heart-tugging moan came from her throat. The child who had been drained of blood looked dispirited at this moment. He did not have the strength to cry, and his little face was pale. He was taken away by the Saint King Realm cultivator. Although his life was not in danger, suffering such a disaster at the age of 3 was bound to leave a shadow in his heart. Perhaps it would accompany him for the rest of his life and could not be erased. Okay, the time has come. Fei Zhi-Tu, prepare to welcome your new life. This is a special treatment given to you by the religion master. You must be grateful. Fong Fengqi stood up. After drinking a bottle of blood, an abnormal blush appeared on his originally pale face and he exuded an extremely powerful aura. Fei Zhi-Tu laughed. Fei Zhi-Tu, swear that even if I become an evil spirit in the future, I will kill all of you. I will also kill all of you bastards. Remember this. His eyes swept over the traders in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. Everyone who caught his eye trembled in fear, their faces ugly. Well said. A warm and angry voice suddenly came from the void, extremely abrupt. Who? Fong Fengqi's face changed greatly. He quickly looked up at the sky. He instinctively had a bad feeling. The strength of this person seemed to be extremely high, actually invading right under his nose without him noticing. Fong Fengqi was already a third-order origin returning realm master, so being able to escape his detection meant that this person's strength had reached the peak of the third order. This is... Fei Zhi-Tu was stunned for a moment, but soon he began to laugh wildly. He already recognized it. The one who spoke just now was Qian Tong. In the void, a figure flickered and Qian Tong appeared. Great Elder! The traders in the Shadow Moon Hall all showed looks of horror as they cried out in horror. Very good, you still have me, your great elder, in your eyes. Qian Tong swept his gaze down lightly, making the traders feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. 2 streams of light quickly flew over. It was Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er who had followed closely behind Qian Tong. They saw the distressed Fei Zhi-Tu at a glance and immediately shouted, "Martial Uncle Fei." Fei Zhi-Tu looked at the 2 rising stars of the Shadow Moon Hall and sighed heavily. During this time, he had been unable to contact Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er, so he didn't know how they were doing. Now that he saw that they were unharmed, he naturally felt relieved. Go and rescue your martial Uncle Fei. Qian Tong ordered. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer quickly rushed down to the high platform. The cultivator responsible for guarding Fei Zhitu was at a loss for what to do. He didn't know how to deal with this situation. Just as he was at a loss, Wei Guchang sent him flying with a kick. Scram! Wei Guchang, how dare you be so impudent in front of Master Fang? Someone immediately reprimanded loudly. Wei Guchang laughed coldly. While guarding Dong Xianer as he untied Fei Zhitu, he looked down on the person who shouted, Yuan Qi. I, Wei Guchang, have always respected you, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Not only did you become the enemy's lackey, you even tried to harm Martial Uncle Fei. Good, very good. Today is the day you die. The cultivator called Yuan Qi's face turned green and red at Wei Guchang's words. He retorted, What do you know? Don't spout nonsense. Wei Guchang seemed to want to say something, but Qian Tong said calmly, Don't waste your breath on them. There's nothing to say to the dead. Wei Guchang thought about it seriously and nodded. Great Elder is right. Yuan Qi was furious. Suddenly he saw something in Qian Tong's hand. He looked at it carefully and his expression changed. Hull Master? It was only now that he realized that the thing in Qian Tong's hand was actually Xie Chen. Xie Chen had lost both his hands and legs. Furthermore, he wasn't dead yet. His expression was one of pain, as if his heart was being bitten by 10,000 ants. He looked extremely miserable. Hearing him say this, the others finally reacted. Seeing Xie Chen's miserable end, it was as if it was foreshadowing their own futures. They couldn't help but feel their hands and feet go cold. They all quietly moved closer to Fang Fengqi, as if they were looking for some sense of security. Qian Tong casually threw Xie Chen's upper body onto the high platform and said calmly, I don't want to stain my hands with too much blood from my fellow disciples. I'll give you all a chance. Kill yourselves. Everyone's body trembled. Old Ghost Qian, don't you think you're exaggerating? It's more important for us to leave this place as soon as possible. Fei Zhitu shouted anxiously. Qian Tong was indeed powerful, but there were too many enemies here. He didn't think that Qian Tong could handle them all. If Qian Tong died here, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Chapter 1673. Not only did Fei Zhitu think so, but so did the Shadow Moon Hall elders who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. All of them stared at Qian Tong strangely, as if they were looking at a young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fang Fengqi laughed. Old dog, you talk big. Do you think you're an origin king? Qian Tong still looked indifferent and did not intend to answer him, instead focusing his attention on the traders of Shadow Moon Hall. To the side, Wei Guchang looked excited and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he held back. Yang Kai wanted to announce loudly that Great Elder had really reached the Origin King realm. He wanted to see what kind of reaction these fence-sitters would have when they heard this shocking news. It would definitely be wonderful, right? However, since Great Elder did not want to answer, why should he be in such a hurry to jump out? Once they witnessed the Great Elder's godly methods, they would understand how ridiculously wrong they were. On the high platform, Qian Tong said in a bleak tone, I'll give you 30 breaths to think about it. After 30 breaths, this old master will act personally. Great Elder, don't go too far. Old Ghost Qian, aren't you looking down on us too much? So what if you're the former Great Elder? Even ants drag out their lives, how can we commit suicide? If you want our lives, come and take them yourself. That's right, Qian Tong, if you try to kill us here today, don't blame us for being impolite. The group of people shouted aggressively, mainly because Qian Tong's calm attitude was too infuriating. It was as if he was really an Origin King realm master. Just by moving his lips a few times, he was able to make them commit suicide? Qian Tong had been in retreat for the past few years, and it seemed that he had cultivated to the point where his brain was muddled. Qian Tong closed his eyes and ignored their noise. Instead, it was his 4 limbs that were gone. Xie Chen, who still had vitality, seemed to have lost his mind and was suffering both physical and mental torture. He could not help but chuckle mischievously, his laughter reaching everyone's ears. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Noisy. Fang Fengqi coldly snorted and waved his hand. A blade-like attack slashed out and directly cut Xie Chen's body in half. You will all die, all of you will die. Xie Chen roared twice before he completely stopped breathing. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he glared at Xie Chen's corpse. He coldly snorted, "You can't succeed." Among the traders of Shadow Moon Hall, Xie Chen wasn't the strongest, but he was the one who knew how to act according to circumstances, which was why Fang Fengqi had supported him as temple master and used the secret technique passed down by the religion master to promote his cultivation, allowing him to break through to the third-order origin returning realm in a short time. But Xie Chen had not expected him to be so useless. Not only did he fail to kill the 2 Shadow Moon Hall's juniors and snatch the heavenly moon silver plate as planned, his limbs were cut off and he was carried back like a dog. There was no point in keeping such a person alive. At that moment, there was another flash of light on the high platform and Yang Kai appeared with Su Yan and Xianing Chang. Seeing Fei Zhitu's miserable appearance, Yang Kai's heart tightened. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Yang Kai's wrist, and circulated his Saint Qi to investigate. Yang Kai, you're here too, Fei Zhitu grinned, a warm and touched look on his face. He had not lived his life in vain. At the most critical moment, not only had old ghost Qian brought 2 juniors to rescue him, even Yang Kai had come. Fei Zhitu was a man made of iron. Yang Kai's eyes could not help becoming moist. When Su Yan and Xianing Chang appeared on the high platform together, the whole world seemed to become much brighter. Almost all of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall had their eyes focused on the 2 women, exclaiming from time to time that there were such perfect women in this world. It was as if they didn't exist in this world. Fang Fengqi's eyes flashed a terrifying light. His pair of eyes stared at Su Yan and Xianing Chang back and forth, a strong sense of possessiveness flashing in the depths of his eyes, as if he had seen some delicious food. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, even his breathing becoming slightly rapid. Senior Fei, your injuries? Yang Kai examined Fei Zhitu for a moment before frowning, hesitating to speak. Fei Zhitu's expression changed as he became nervous. It's nothing serious, Yang Kai smiled slightly, it's just that your Saint Qi has been sealed and you've suffered some physical pain. You scared me to death. Fei Zhitu let out a long breath, thought for a moment, and said, he still has a use for my body, so naturally he won't destroy my foundation. It's just a minor injury, Senior Fei doesn't need to worry about it. Little senior sister, do you have any spirit pills suitable for him now? Yang Kai looked back at Xianing Chang. Xianing Chang took out a jade bottle from his space ring without saying a word and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a dark red pill. Fei Zhitu didn't even look at it, directly snatching it and stuffing it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the high platform and began circulating his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. In a very short time, Fei Zhitu's body gave off rich energy fluctuations and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer glanced at each other, both secretly shocked. How could they not see that the spirit pill Xianing Chang just took out was definitely an origin grade or above pill, most likely even an origin grade high-rank pill, otherwise, its medicinal efficacies would not have been so obvious. An origin grade high-rank pill being taken out so casually, Wei Guchang couldn't help feeling moved. Many thanks, sister-in-law. Wei Guchang cupped his fists solemnly and thanked her along with Dong Xian. Xianing Chang's small face blushed slightly for a moment before she glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips. Brother is too polite. Senior Fei is junior brother's benefactor, so he is our benefactor as well. A trivial pill is nothing. Brother Yang, you're so lucky. Wei Guchang winked at Yang Kai, quite envious of him hugging so many beauties. Grab those 2 women for me, they belong to this king. Fang Fengqi suddenly shouted. Without even mentioning Su Yan and Xianing Chang's beauty, just the pill Xianing Chang casually took out was enough to make him jealous. On Shadowed Star, Origin-grade high-rank pills were extremely rare. As such, he couldn't wait to capture Su Yen and Xiaoning Chang. As long as he got his hands on them, the things in their space rings would belong to him. Kai Yang coldly glanced over at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife, cold as ice. For some reason, Fang Fengqi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sense of horror. It was as if the other party could pose a threat to his life. 30 breaths have passed. At that moment, Qian Tong suddenly opened his eyes and coldly swept his gaze around, saying indifferently, "Since none of you are willing to commit suicide, this old master will send you on your way." As soon as these words fell, an astonishing aura burst out. This aura gathered into a force visible to the naked eye and pushed forward madly. Territory field. This was the territory of an origin king. The dozen or so Shadow Moon Hall traders were shocked and hurriedly pushed their Shi to resist, but in front of Qian Tong's domain, their Shi was like throwing an egg at a rock, unable to provide any protection at all before collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters were forced to retreat, their faces pale. A powerful force field enveloped them, and within the force field, there was a nimble wind surging. This was the unique power of Qian Tong's territory. The wind gathered into blades and began to wreak havoc. Screams rang out one after another as the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters wrapped in the territory seemed to be enduring the harshest punishment in the world as the wind blades madly cut at their skin like gossamer threads. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was badly mangled. Origin King Realm. Everyone cried out in horror. Fang Fengqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the enraged Qian Tong with trembling hands and feet, his heart cold. It was just a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? Qian Tong was really an origin king. "Great Elder, please spare me, I know I was wrong. Great Elder, please spare me." Just like the scene outside Heavenly Fate City before, when these traders realized how powerful and unstoppable Qian Tong was, they begged for mercy one after another. Some even disregarded their sense of shame and knelt on the ground, kowtowing until their heads were covered in blood, hoping to move Qian Tong's compassion. They had escaped this calamity. Qian Tong's expression was indifferent and unmoved, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Blood splattered and flesh scattered. The dozen or so traders from Shadow Moon Hall were cut into pieces in just 10 breaths of time. Almost every one of them seemed to have been tortured by 1,000 cuts, leaving only white skeletons behind. The flesh on the bones had all disappeared, and their internal organs had been reduced to dust. Good kill. Good kill, don't let them escape. Avenge the dead children and women of Heavenly Fate City. Kill them. The onlookers suddenly roared and swarmed forward from all directions. Everyone's faces were filled with unforgettable hatred. Everyone's blood boiled as they circulated their Saint Qi, grabbed their weapons, activated their secret techniques, summoned their artifacts, and attacked the enemies who were still alive. Fang Fengqi's location within a 300-meter radius was instantly flooded by a variety of lights. Even the beautiful young woman who served Fang Fengqi before did not escape the onslaught of the angry crowd. Her second-order origin returning realm cultivation lasted less than 3 breaths of time before her Saint Qi protection was broken and she died tragically on the spot. A stream of light soared into the sky, forcibly carving out a bloody path through the crowd, and quickly fled outside. Fang Fengqi. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master and would not die so easily. He did not even look back as he desperately pushed his strength to escape from this place. Qian Tong had suddenly become an origin king, so staying here was tantamount to courting death. This news had to be reported to the 4 protectors and the religion master no matter what. He felt that Qian Tong did not seem to have any intention of chasing after him and was instead still standing there, motionless. Although he did not understand whether the other party disdained to attack him or not, Fang Fengqi was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape this calamity. Just as he was thinking this, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Chapter 1674. It's you! Fang Fengqi recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. Surprisingly, it was the young man who had been standing on the high platform just now. His expression filled with anger as he continued to rush forward, punching the air as he shouted, "Scram!" He was in a hurry to escape, so how could he have the time to tangle with Yang Kai? As such, he used his full strength. A strange force lingered around Fang Fengqi's fist, causing his seemingly weak fist to become as solid as an artifact in an instant. What's more, Fang Fengqi's arm also began to grow some dark red needle-like hair. These hairs looked extremely strange and exuded an aura that made Yang Kai feel extremely uncomfortable. These hairs covered his entire arm and fist, causing the power of his punch to soar. Yang Kai frowned as a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. What kind of martial skill is this? He had never encountered a martial skill that could cause such a change to his body. With a thought, Yang Kai looked up at Fang Fengqi and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fang Fengqi's appearance had undergone a huge change. Previously, he looked cold and gloomy, but now, Yang Kai didn't know if he had used some kind of secret technique, but his face had become extremely distorted and two fangs were protruding from the corners of his mouth, flashing with a cold light. From his mouth and nose, Yang Kai could faintly sense a death qi. Recalling the name corpse spirit religion, Yang Kai's mind flashed and he suddenly had a guess about Fang Fengqi's origins. Seeing the incoming attack, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and waved his hand to release a golden blood thread, which gently wrapped around Fang Fengqi's arm before suddenly tightening. A clear wound appeared on Fang Fengqi's arm, but even with the sharpness of the golden blood thread, it was unable to cut through Fang Fengqi's arm. Dark green blood flowed out, and the blood emitted a nauseating smell. If an ordinary person were to take a whiff of it, they would probably die instantly. Poison? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not only was this green blood poisonous, but it was also extremely corrosive. The golden blood threads wrapped around Yang Kai's arm began to corrode. A crackling sound was heard. Fang Fengqi roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky green gas at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted coldly. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He had already arrived above Fang Fengqi's head. Holding the verdant dragon bone sword in his hand, he was in an upside-down position, directly stabbing towards the top of his head. Idiot! Fang Fengqi was disdainful. In his opinion, this bladeless sword couldn't even hurt his hair. Therefore, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he threw another punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted his body slightly to the side, avoiding Fang Fengqi's powerful blow, and stabbed his dragon bone sword straight into Fang Fengqi's head. The seemingly slow-witted sword was now bursting with an unimaginable power. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard coming from the sword as it destroyed everything in its path. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword broke through the defenses of Fang Fengqi's body and skull and stabbed directly into his chest. Fang Fengqi's eyes bulged in an instant as a look of disbelief filled his face. Only at this moment did he realize the strangeness of the dragon bone sword and exclaim, "An Origin King grade artifact." Even after suffering such a blow, he did not die and instead struggled violently, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The power of space fluctuated, and thin spatial cracks formed around Fang Fengqi's body. Immediately after, they cut towards him from all directions. Shio shio shio. A series of clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Fang Fengqi's physique was extremely strong and was able to resist some of these void cracks, but no matter how powerful he was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent killing blow. Numerous wounds appeared on his body. His flesh and blood were all banished to the void. Green blood continued to flow from his wounds. The entire world seemed to be polluted. "Don't kill him yet?" Qian Tong's voice suddenly rang out. Obviously, he had also noticed some problems. Standing on the high platform, he stretched out his hand and completely imprisoned Fang Fengqi, who was struggling to resist, before being dragged back to the high platform. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at Fang Fengqi, a trace of uneasiness surging in the depths of his heart. At this moment, the onlookers also noticed the strangeness of Fang Fengqi. Many of the more timid ones did not dare to look directly at him, turning their gazes away one after another. Even those who were more courageous couldn't help showing a look of horror as they stared at Fang Fengqi in horror, unable to believe that such a person existed in this world. Old dog, quickly release this king, otherwise, when religion master takes action, he will make you die without a burial. Fang Fengqi did not beg for mercy and instead threatened Qian Tong. Qian Tong's eyes coldly swept over Fang Fengqi's body before fixing on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. Stretching out 2 fingers, he pierced through it in an instant. Even though Yang Kai had pierced his head with the dragon bone sword, Fang Fengqi did not show the slightest fear, but when Qian Tong did this, he revealed an extremely terrified expression and cried out in alarm, "Old dog, what are you doing?" Qian Tong ignored him and instead stared solemnly at the wound on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. There was a green bead about the size of a fingernail, but it contained an astonishing amount of energy. If this old master is not mistaken, you will die if you destroy this bead, right? Qian Tong glanced indifferently at Fang Fengqi. Fang Fengqi's face changed slightly, but he grit his teeth and did not answer. Yang Kai, restrain him first, this old master has some things to ask him, Qian Tong said. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and pulled the dragon bone sword out of Fang Fengqi's head before sending out a dozen golden blood threads to bind Fang Fengqi tightly. The chaos came to an end. Qian Tong stood on the high platform, looked around and shouted loudly, "Everyone, this old master has been in retreat for many years and has only just emerged today. I am deeply saddened to hear about the great changes that have occurred on Shadowed Star, but please rest assured that Heavenly Fate City will still be under the jurisdiction of my Shadow Moon Hall. From now on, no one will dare invade this place. As for that corpse spirit religion, this old master will meet with them to give justice to all of you and restore Shadowed Star to its former glory." Countless people boiled up, frantically shouting Qian Tong's name as they gathered around the high platform. Over the past 2 years, Heavenly Fate City had been under the jurisdiction of corpse spirit religion, and these people had lived a precarious life. Everyone had lived in fear, afraid they wouldn't be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. But now, Qian Tong had returned, and he was an Origin King Realm Master. With him protecting Heavenly Fate City, the tragedies of the past would no longer occur. Elder Qian, please uphold justice. My daughter went missing a month ago, and someone saw traces of her in the City Lord's mansion. Elder Qian, please let this old man go to the City Lord's mansion to see if my daughter is still alive. My son also disappeared 3 months ago. He must be in the City Lord's mansion. My daughter is also missing. Qian Tong showed a pained look in his eyes as he stretched out his hand, suppressing the cries and shouts of countless people as he slowly said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. This old master will send someone to the City Lord's mansion to take a look. If your children are still inside, I will definitely reunite you." Many thanks, Elder Qian. Elder Qian's great kindness, we will never forget it. Qian Tong sighed softly as he turned his head to look at Wei Guchang. Disciple will go and take a look. Wei Guchang understood and immediately rushed towards the City Lord's mansion with Dong Xianer. Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying, "I'll go too." Su Yan and Xia Ningchang followed closely behind. In the City Lord's mansion, some cultivator who had pledged allegiance to corpse spirit religion saw someone trying to break in and wanted to meet the enemy, but these people were not strong enough to stop Yang Kai and the others. They rampaged through and killed hundreds of people. After capturing one of them and obtaining some clues from him, Yang Kai and the others went straight to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, and there were at least hundreds of people locked up in the cells. Without exception, these people were all children under the age of 5, and there were also young and beautiful women. Whether it was the children or the women, their vitality was dim, as if they had been tortured, and there were wounds on their arms. Thinking of what Fang Fengqi had done to that child, how could everyone not know what these people had suffered in the dungeon? Heartless! Su Yan was furious and opened the cell door one by one with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, releasing these people. Xia Ningchang stood guard at the door, checking the condition of these people one by one and giving them pills to restore their vitality. Along the way, Yang Kai and the others wore heavy expressions. When they reached the bottom of the dungeon, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others became even uglier. At the bottom of this dungeon, there were no living people. There were only white bones. From the size and shape of the bones, there was no doubt that they belonged to children and women. However, they had all suffered inhumane torture when they were alive. Their flesh and blood had been removed, and the remaining white bones were casually discarded here. There were at least a few thousand skeletons in the mountain. Heavenly Fate City had encountered such a thing just 2 years ago, and this was only Heavenly Fate City, so what was the situation like on Shadowed Star? Hateful. Wei Guchang grit his teeth and roared, his expression ferocious. The noise in Heavenly Fate City lasted for 2 days before gradually subsiding. The children and women that were released from the dungeon were reunited with their families, but even more of them had died in the dungeon. The chaos of these past 2 years had left countless people in Sky Fortune City with painful memories that could not be erased. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Qian Tong and the others wore heavy expressions as they glared angrily at the subdued Fang Fengqi, their eyes spitting fire. "Great Elder, let me kill him!" Wei Guchang shouted as he stood up. Qian Tong waved his hand, motioning Wei Guchang to calm down before turning to look at Fang Fengqi and asking, "If this old master is not mistaken, you are from Grand Burial Valley, yes?" Hearing this question, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of understanding as he thought to himself, sure enough. He had also guessed so. Grand Burial Valley was an extremely special place on Shadowed Star. It was rumored that more than 2,000 years ago, it was the headquarters of a huge force called the Ancient Yang Sect, but unfortunately, it offended Star Emperor Mountain and was uprooted overnight, along with its headquarters. In Grand Burial Valley, there were countless dangers and spirit arrays, but the most dangerous of all was a group of special creatures that lived in Grand Burial Valley, a group of people who should have died. Chapter 1675. When the ancient Yang sect was destroyed, countless sect disciples were killed or wounded, but for some unknown reason after their deaths, they were reborn in a completely new form, becoming corpses that could cultivate, move, and fight. On Shadowed Star, some of the younger generation probably did not know the situation inside Grand Burial Valley, but Qian Tong did. Yang Kai also knew that when he and Yang Yen explored Grand Burial Valley, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, the sun's true essence, and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were all brought out from Grand Burial Valley. At that time, he was besieged by several powerful corpse generals, and if not for his space force, he would not have had a chance to escape. As soon as he fought with Fang Fengqi, Yang Kai had some speculations, and Qian Tong's inquiry confirmed his suspicions. "Old thing, you have good eyesight. I'm indeed from the Grand Burial Valley. I'm from the Noble Corpse Spirit Clan, and I'm above all living things." Fang Fengqi didn't show much fear, and shouted arrogantly, "Corpse Spirit Race." This was what the special creatures of Corpse Spirit Religion called themselves, something Qian Tong had already heard from Feiji Tuesday. "You think you can stand above all things?" Qian Tong's expression was indifferent. "You are just people who should be dead, you don't have the qualifications." Fang Fengqi chuckled, "Whether I have the qualifications or not is not for you to decide, you will know in the future. Old dog, don't waste your time, this king won't tell you anything." "Really?" Qian Tong sneered. "Even if this old master destroys your corpse bead, you won't cooperate." Corpse beads were the beads filled with corpse qi in the abdomens of corpse spirits like Fang Fengqi. To a member of the corpse spirit race, this bead was no less important than a monster core to a monster beast. All the abilities of the corpse spirit race originated from their corpse beads. Fei Ji too had fought with members of the corpse spirit race. Naturally, he knew about this information. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Old thing, how dare you threaten me?" "Whether it's a threat or not, you'll know once you try." Qian Tong's tone was aggressive. Fang Fengqi seemed to have seen through Qian Tong's decisiveness. His face turned cold and twisted. He shouted, "You want to pry information from me? You're dreaming, old thing. I won't let you get what you want." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his abdomen, followed by a slight cracking sound, as if something had broken. Not good. Fei Zhitu's expression changed drastically. The others quickly realized what was happening, and Yang Kai quickly began circulating his Saint Qi. Protecting Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, Qian Tong waved his hand and wrapped Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer in a thick layer of Saint Qi. One day, my corpse spirit church will unify Shadowed Star and all of you will die. Ha! Fong Fengqi laughed wildly. Accompanied by a loud bang, his entire body suddenly exploded. A thick green corpse qi burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. Wherever the corpse qi passed, the ground corroded, the tables and chairs turned into dust, and the entire city lord's mansion shook violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. At the last moment, if not for Qian Tong's protection with his Origin King Realm Cultivation, the city lord's mansion would have been destroyed. After all, the self-destruction of a third-order origin returning realm master was immeasurable. Sparing Fong Fengqi's life was originally to inquire about the situation of Corpse Spirit Church, but not only did he fail to get what he wanted, he even got himself into trouble. Qian Tong's expression turned ugly. If every one of the Corpse Spirit Religion's members were as crazy as them, it would be troublesome. Outside the main hall. Suddenly, an origin-returning realm cultivator hurriedly walked in, turned his head, and looked around, a look of shock filling his face, not knowing what was going on. "What's the matter?" Qian Tong asked in a deep voice. The man quickly cupped his fists and replied, "Reporting to Great Elder, the Corpse Spirit Church disciples hiding in Heavenly Fate City have been wiped out." "Well done. Were there any casualties?" "With the assistance of High Heaven Sect's elders. Only a dozen or so were killed or injured." "Bury them." "Yes." In Shadow Moon Hall, although many people were afraid of death and had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit Church, there were also many who were able to stand their ground. Without exception, all of these people had been imprisoned and had been rescued 2 days ago. At this time, it was just the right time to serve Qian Tong. In Heavenly Fate City, Fong Fengqi was not the only corpse spirit. When Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, and the others attacked the City Lord's mansion, they encountered some corpse spirits and were all killed. Heavenly Fate City's corpse spirits had also been scattered and hidden, but at this time, they were all picked out one by one. It could be said that it was only now that the entire Heavenly Fate City had been refreshed and its internal troubles had been eliminated. Yang Xiuzhu and the others stepped in from the outside. "Thank you for your hard work." Qian Tong quickly got up and cupped his fists gratefully. Yang Xiuzhu waved his hand, his expression not relaxing in the slightest. "It was just killing some small fries, it wasn't hard work, but if a trivial Heavenly Fate City is like this, I really don't know what the other cities on Shadowed Star are like." Fei Zhitu sighed. In the past 2 years, Corpse Spirit Church has developed extremely quickly. They seem to have a secret technique that can turn living people into corpse spirits, making them even more loyal to them. When Corpse Spirit Church first appeared 2 years ago, there were only 1,000 of them, but now, there are more than 10,000. Many of these 10,000 members are origin-returning realm masters from various great sects and families. They cannot be underestimated. Fong Fengqi had also planned to turn Fei Zhitu into a corpse spirit before, so he had not wasted his cultivation or destroyed his meridians. As long as his meridians were not destroyed, even if he was beheaded, Fong Fengqi had a way to turn Fei Zhitu into a member of the corpse spirit race, allowing him to display the strength he had when he was alive. Shadowed Star's great calamity. Qian Tong sighed heavily. After going out for 7 or 8 years, his homeland had actually become like this. The joy of breaking through to the Origin King realm was instantly replaced by deep sadness and worry. "Everyone, I want to return to Clear Sky Sect to take a look," Mou suddenly said. He had been helping out in Heavenly Fate City these past 2 days and had only found some time to return now. "Brother Mo." Qian Tong opened his mouth, naturally understanding his mood. They did not know the current situation of Clear Sky Sect, but now, at least half of the great forces on Shadowed Star had been involved in this turmoil. Clear Sky Sect was one of the great forces on Shadowed Star and one of Corp's Spirit Church's key targets, so the situation was likely not optimistic. Mou wanting to return to Clear Sky Sect was perfectly justified. After all, he was Clear Sky Sect's great elder. However, at this time, letting him return alone was really unsettling. If possible, Qian Tong would naturally be willing to accompany him, but although he had conquered Heavenly Fate City, the issue of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters had not yet been resolved. The headquarters was still in an abyss of trouble and urgently needed him to deal with it personally, rescue the disciples who were unwilling to submit to Corp's Spirit Church, and kill the traitors who had betrayed them. This Mo is no longer an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master, so you don't need to worry, I will be careful. Mou smiled lightly. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Qian Tong did not say anything more and simply said in a deep voice, since that's the case, Brother Mo should be careful on the way. Don't worry, on Shadowed Star today, I'm afraid there are few who can stop me, Mou nodded. In the past, Mou was one of the top origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star, and after experiencing the Blood Prison, although he was unable to break through to the Origin King realm in one fell swoop like Qian Tong, his overall combat power had improved greatly. No matter how powerful Corp's Spirit Church was, as long as there was no Origin King present, they would not be able to do anything to him. Senior Mo, how about waiting for a while? I'll go with you, Yang Kai suddenly said. Yang Kai, do you want to go back to High Heaven Sect? Qian Tong asked. Although High Heaven Sect is impregnable and there is no need to worry about it being broken through, I don't know how Elder Ye's situation is, so I want to go back and take a look. It just so happens that Senior Mo is on the way. Good. Although he did not understand why Yang Kai wanted him to wait for a while, Mou still agreed. After everything was discussed, Yang Kai immediately went to the location of Heavenly Fate City's space array. When Corp's Spirit Church took control of Heavenly Fate City, they had destroyed the space array, so Yang Kai wanted to try and see if he could repair it. If possible, it would save some time on the road. After all, the journey to High Heaven Sect was not a short one. Yang Kai had borrowed Heavenly Fate City's space array more than once, so he naturally knew its location. Soon, he brought Su Yen and Xia Ningchong to the location. The two women spread out to guard against the unexpected while Yang Kai came to the front of the space array and carefully observed it. Being proficient in the space array did not mean one could arrange a space array. This required a huge amount of knowledge about spirit arrays. Yang Kai had never arranged a space array before, but he had seen Yang Yen arrange one before, so he had some confidence. After observing for 2 hours, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense to spy on the internal structure of the destroyed space array and deduce its complicated circuits. After 2 hours, Yang Kai looked slightly happy. Fortunately, although this space array was destroyed, the damage was not too serious. There were still traces of its various patterns and structure. If it was just a copy, Yang Kai was confident he could restore it. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai leapt onto the space array. Various rare ores were taken out of his space ring and smelted with his conflagrated knowledge C to repair the destroyed parts of the space array. This was his first time arranging a space array, so it was inevitable that he would be unfamiliar with it. Several times he fell short, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. However, as time passed, he became more and more familiar with the process. Moreover, arranging a space array seemed to be compatible with his mastery of the Tao of Space, allowing him to deepen his understanding of the Tao of Space. This inadvertent harvest made Yang Kai very happy. It seemed that there would be another way to cultivate the Tao of Space in the future. The Tao of Space had always been difficult to cultivate. In the beginning, Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing energy from space spirit crystals, but he had long since used them up. Now, Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of Space mainly by opening up the sealed world bead. Arranging a space array was undoubtedly a completely new method. Chapter 1676. A day later, the space array was repaired. Yang Kai summoned Mou, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others before bidding farewell to Qian Tong. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the Shadow Moon Hall at all. Qian Tong was now an Origin King and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star in the past 10,000 years. If even he couldn't handle the crisis in Shadow Moon Hall, all of Shadowed Star would likely be finished. Brother Yang, take care. Wei Guchang cupped his fists and said goodbye. Yang Kai returned the gesture. Yang Kai, where does this space array connect to? Mou asked from the side. If I'm not mistaken, it should connect to Demon Blood City. What do you mean you're not mistaken? Mou was stunned. Demon Blood City was very close to the Lu Yen Desert and was not far from Clear Sky Sect, so Yang Kai had located the space array there, but what he said made Mou feel very strange. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. This is the first time I've arranged a space array, so I can't guarantee that it will teleport directly to Demon Blood City. Mou was dumbfounded while Yang Xiuzhu and the others also wore speechless expressions. But don't worry. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were worried about. Even if it doesn't connect to Demon Blood City, there won't be any danger in the teleportation, I can guarantee that. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A space array's teleportation was a very strict process. If there was even the slightest mistake, one would be banished into the endless void, never to return. Many such incidents had occurred on Shadowed Star over the years. Usually, there was a problem with the space array, resulting in the person being teleported either disappearing or being directly cut into pieces by the chaotic space force field. So when everyone heard Yang Kai's words just now, they were a little nervous. However, since Yang Kai could guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger in this teleportation, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the teleportation location was wrong, it didn't matter. At worst, they could just use their star shuttle to travel. It's getting late, let's get going. Yang Xiuzhu also couldn't wait to return to High Heaven Sect to see how things were going. Everyone nodded and stood on the space array. Yang Kai stood at the center and pushed his Saint Chi, connecting it to the entire space array. In an instant, the Saint Crystal placed on the space array flashed with dazzling light and a huge amount of energy was drawn out. The rich power of space fluctuated. The group of people disappeared. After Yang Kai and his group disappeared, Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "Destroy the formation first. Don't let anyone teleport in from the outside." Upon receiving the order, Wei Guchang threw a punch at the formation that Yang Kai had painstakingly rearranged. The formation was immediately split into two halves and could no longer be used. Qian Tong's eyes flickered. Looking into the distance, he muttered in a low voice, "It's time to return to Shadow Moon Hall." Fei Ji too, Wei Guchang, and the others all looked shocked as they looked in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. The void. With a flash of light, Yang Kai and the others strangely appeared. Apart from Yang Kai, the group of people was a bit dizzy. The others were a little dizzy, and it took them a while to gradually get used to it. Most long-distance teleportations were accompanied by such side effects. Only Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, could adjust his state in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, there was no danger nearby, otherwise, everyone would have been caught off guard. Looking around, Yang Xiuzhu was stunned. This isn't Demon Blood City, where is it? The place where everyone appeared was clearly a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of a city. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the teleportation. Yang Kai was mentally prepared for this. Naturally, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so he simply said, "We should be somewhere between Demon Blood City and Heavenly Fate City. Do you have any impression of this plane?" Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi, and Lin Yu Rao slowly shook their heads, indicating that they did not recognize this place. Although they were cultivators born and raised on Shadowed Star, they had not cultivated for long periods of time. However, most of them had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. Even Yang Kai's knowledge of the outside world was inferior to theirs, so asking them to learn about the general situation at this moment was undoubtedly somewhat difficult for them. On the other hand, Mou's eyes lit up and he showed some joy on his face, constantly looking around before flying up into the sky to observe. A moment later, he returned with a look of excitement. I know where we are. This is Whitebone Plain. There is a heaven-splitting gorge nearby that is only a day's journey from Black Sea City. Oh, Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seemed that the transmission error wasn't too outrageous, and for MOU, this might be good news. Black Sea City was a city under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect, so it wasn't too far from Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, similar to the relationship between Heavenly Fate City and Shadow Moon Hall. Coming here by chance was a great opportunity for MOU. In that case, we might as well go to Black Sea City first. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He urgently needed to inquire about the situation outside High Heaven Sect, so going to Black Sea City was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, he did not know what the situation in Black Sea City was like, so he naturally wanted to go with MOU to investigate. Perhaps there was something he could help with. After all, it was on the way. Many thanks, MOU quickly cupped his fists. This was the territory of Clear Sky Sect, so MOU was very familiar with it. Leading the group forward, it took only a day before they saw a majestic city standing on a plain in front of them. That's Black Sea City. MOU pointed to the front and introduced. There seems to be a battle going on. Yang Kai noticed the glow of many secret techniques and artifacts. It's my Clear Sky Sect's people. MOU's face sank as he sped up. A battle near Black Sea City was neither good nor bad news. At the very least, everyone knew that Black Sea City had not yet been occupied by Corpse Spirit Religion and that there were still people resisting, but they did not know what the situation was over there. On the city wall of Black Sea City, a beautiful woman stood with a pale face. Around her were more than a dozen Origin-returning Realm Masters, but the situation of these Origin-returning Realm Masters was not very optimistic. Almost all of them were injured, some light and some serious. The most serious of these Origin-returning Realm Masters had even lost their right arm, and it seemed to have been cut off not long ago. Wrapped in white gauze, blood still seeped out and dyed the gauze red. This cultivator was quite stubborn. Even if the pain was unbearable, he grit his teeth and remained silent. Below the city wall, some corpse spirit race masters with white, green, or red hair were wantonly fighting some human cultivator. The situation was very chaotic. There were at least several thousand people involved in this battle, and the human cultivator was not standing on the same side. Many human cultivators were even assisting the corpse spirit race masters in killing their own kind. These people had obviously taken refuge with corpse spirit religion. City Lord, order them to return. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will all die. On the city wall, someone cupped his fists and said to the beautiful woman with a pained look on his face. This was a completely unfair battle. The enemy outnumbered them 10-1, and almost every cultivator on Black Sea City's side had to deal with multiple enemies. 600 people rushed out. In less than 15 minutes, there were only 200 people left who were bitterly holding on. These 200 people were also stretched to the limit, and were surrounded by danger. That's right, City Lord, these are the last elites of my Clear Sky Sect. If we were to lose them here, it would be a huge loss. If they die here, how will we explain this to our ancestors in the future? We can't withdraw. The beautiful woman shouted coldly. Black Sea City's barrier and spirit array are currently being repaired. If we withdraw now, Black Sea City will not be able to resist at all. When Corpse Spirit Religion's army arrives, all of Black Sea City will be destroyed. How could we not know this? The person who spoke before said with a sorrowful expression. 600 elites had rushed out just to buy time for the city's spirit array to be repaired. This was nothing more than paying with their lives. The fact that Black Sea City had been able to survive until now was largely due to the many barriers and spirit arrays in the city. Without them, Corpse Spirit Religion's army would have razed the city to the ground. However, they had already reached their limit. Corpse Spirit Religion only needed to organize one more powerful attack to break through the city. With Corpse Spirit Religion's history, at that time, only a few of Black Sea City's million residents would survive. Hateful Fierce Wind Pavilion and 100 Transformation Sect. Traceless sect, these despicable people always tried to curry favor with my Clear Sky sect, but now they are willing to follow corpse spirit religion's orders and kill my sect's disciples. If this old master can survive, he will make them pay for this blood debt. Someone roared angrily. Everyone else's expressions were extremely ugly. Fierce Wind Pavilion, 100 Transformation Sect, Traceless Sect. Many small sects and families were originally affiliated with Clear Sky Sect. When Clear Sky Sect was strong, these small sects and families had tried to curry favor with it, even wishing they could become its slaves. Clear Sky Sect had never been stingy with these affiliated forces and had even opened up some of its sect's secret techniques to them. Every year, Clear Sky Sect would accept their elite disciples to cultivate in Clear Sky Sect so they could be personally taught by masters. However, after the great changes on Shadowed Star, these greedy wolves took the initiative to defect, not only betraying Clear Sky Sect but also launching an unexpected sneak attack on Clear Sky Sect's headquarters. In that battle, Clear Sky Sect's headquarters was destroyed, and only a few people managed to escape. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, only Black Sea City remained. The beautiful woman's city lord did not say a word, but the pain in her beautiful eyes was obvious. How many people in this world could remain steadfast under the oppression of powerful evil? As such, she was not angry. These people had chosen to drag out an ignoble existence, but what they had lost was their very foundation. Where is Chen Shitao? The beautiful woman suddenly shouted. Not far away, a beautiful woman with peach blossom eyes and a graceful figure heard this and quickly rushed over to the beautiful woman's side, cupped her fists, and said, "Elder Du, disciple is here." Normally, such a woman would definitely attract the attention of many men, but at this moment, not many people were paying her any attention. The beautiful woman solemnly said, "Chen Shitao, this elder orders you to select 300 people from Clear Sky Sect's younger generation and take them through the space array to leave Black Sea City quickly." Chen Shitao was stunned, but she was also an intelligent woman and immediately understood the intentions of this beautiful woman. Her pretty face paled as she called out, "Elder Du." The beautiful woman smiled gently. "My Clear Sky Sect's headquarters has been destroyed and our sect master has been killed. Now, those remaining in Black Sea City are the last remnants of my Clear Sky Sect's bloodline. Take those 300 people with you and survive no matter what. Only if you survive will my Clear Sky Sect have a future and hope." Chapter 1677. Chen Shitao's eyes immediately became red, "But Elder, you, rest assured, we will buy you some time. Remember, you must go to High Heaven Sect. Only by going to High Heaven Sect can you survive. This task is very difficult, so you must find an opportunity to bring these disciples to High Heaven Sect." "Elder." Chen Shitao shook her head repeatedly. "Why haven't you left yet?" The beautiful woman glared at Chen Shitao fiercely. "Do you want my Clear Sky Sect to be erased from Shadowed Star? Do you want us to have no face to see Clear Sky Sect's ancestors?" Chen Shitao was stunned speechless. Another Clear Sky Sect elder looked at Chen Shitao softly and smiled. "Remember, you must survive and wait for Great Elder to return. As long as Great Elder returns, my Clear Sky Sect can be revitalized again." "Let's go!" the beautiful woman shouted. Chen Shitao shed tears as her tender body trembled and she knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to the elders before getting up and preparing to leave. At that moment, the beautiful woman standing on the city wall and the few remaining masters of Clear Sky Sect seemed to have discovered something incredible and turned their eyes towards a distant place. As far as their eyes could see, the rear of Corpse Spirit Religion's camp was in chaos. Chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the heavens and earth as dazzling brilliance bloomed. Every breath, hundreds of Corpse Spirit Religion's enemies were killed. "Elder Du, someone seems to be attacking from that side." "I see them, who could it be?" The beautiful woman gently nodded. "Not many, it seems there are only 7 or 8 of them, but they're strong." The origin returning realm master who spoke sucked in a breath of cold air. He only saw flashes of light as Corpse Spirit Religion's cultivator was cut down like grass. He could not help feeling shocked. Oh, that's the Azure Sun Chaos Tower. It's Great Elder. The Great Elder is back. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on a pagoda-shaped artifact in the sky that was more than 100 meters tall and exuding a mysterious blue light. The pagoda-shaped artifact continued to spin as it smashed down from the sky. Countless Corpse Spirit cult disciples would be smashed into meat patties, and countless cyan mystic rays would be shot out from the tower. These mystic rays looked very sharp, and once struck by them, the disciples and lackeys of Corpse Spirit cult would be turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. In a short while, more than 200 Corpse Spirit Religion disciples had died to this secret treasure. It really is the Azure Sun Chaotic Pagoda. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes emitted an astonishing radiance. It was as if she had seen hope again, and her expression was excited. The Azure Sun Chaos Tower was Clear Sky Sect's sect-hallowed treasure, an existence between Origin Grade and Origin King Grade artifacts. It could be said that it was already a quasi-Origin King Grade artifact. And this was a powerful artifact. The Great Elder, MOU, had always been in charge of it. At this moment, the appearance of the Azure Sun Chaos Pagoda was clearly because of MOU. Even though they couldn't see MOU's figure, they could feel the familiar energy fluctuations coming from MOU from afar. We're saved now. The Great Elder has returned. Ha! Kill those Corpse Spirit Religion bastards. Make sure they don't return. Avenge Sect Master and our dead brothers and sisters. In an instant, frenzied shouts rang out from the city wall as everyone was filled with righteous indignation. If it weren't for the beautiful woman's order, they would likely have rushed down to support the Great Elder already. Among the crowd, the beautiful woman frowned as a look of uneasiness flashed across her face. Great Elder's sudden appearance at this time, she didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although the Great Elder's strength was unfathomable and he had the help of an artifact like the Azure Sun Chaos Tower, there were simply too many enemies. If the Great Elder was surrounded and couldn't escape, Clear Sky Sect's last hope would be annihilated. Pass down my order. Those from Clear Sky Sect who still have the ability to fight, follow this city lord down to support the Great Elder. The beautiful woman's thoughts turned sharply and she quickly made a decision. Yes. Immediately, someone replied and passed down the order. Not long after, the remaining forces of Clear Sky Sect were integrated. The beautiful woman looked at the less than 1,000 people remaining and a deep sadness appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. In the entire Clear Sky Sect, there were only a few people left, and almost all of them were injured and their strength was mixed. Although there were 1 million residents in Black Sea City, only this number belonged to Clear Sky Sect. Most of the rest were ordinary people who had never cultivated before or were cultivators whose strength was so low that they simply couldn't play a role. This time, only death awaits us. Are you all ready to support the Great Elder? The beautiful woman looked around and asked sternly. The 1,000 people all wore solemn expressions and shouted in unison, "We're ready." In the future, my Clear Sky Sect's Soul Consolation Monument will definitely have your names on it. Let's go. The beautiful woman didn't waste any time and was the first to rush out of Black Sea City with a wave of her hand. The others followed closely behind. Everyone's faces were filled with an unforgettable hatred. Everyone's eyes were filled with the determination to fight for survival in the face of death. The 1,000 people rushed out of the city, followed by countless others. These were the residents of Black Sea City and the cultivators who had fled here. How could they not understand the principle that no egg could remain intact when the nest was overturned? Seeing Clear Sky Sect integrate all their remaining forces to launch an attack, they immediately followed and contributed their own strength. Below Black Sea City, there seemed to be a mighty army moving out. That woman Du Yenling is crazy. Ha ha ha, she wants to bring a bunch of trash who haven't even reached the Saint Realm to break through my Corpse Spirit Religion's blockade? Kill them all and bring Du Yenling to me. At the center of Corpse Spirit Religion's army, a burly man stood on top of an 8-horse carriage and shouted. Like Fengfengqi, this man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but his aura gave off a cold and gloomy feeling as well as a faint rotting smell. Corpse spirit race. And a top-level corpse general at that. As soon as these words fell, a blue tower suddenly descended from the sky. The burly man coldly snorted and leapt up, avoiding this terrifying blow. Kong Long. As the blue tower fell, the 8 horses pulling the carriage were instantly smashed into meat patties, red and white blood splattering all over the ground. Who goes there? Red needle-like bristles protruded from his body and 2 terrifying fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. At the same time he shouted. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside him. This beautiful figure was like a celestial maiden descending to the world. Behind her was a pair of crystal white wings that seemed to be carved from ice and jade. A bone-chilling aura exuded from her body, one that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. In her hand was a long sword that exuded a cold light. The long sword was swung, like mercury falling to the ground. The burly corpse general struggled to resist, but the pervasive cold aura froze the strength in his body. After only 3 moves, his head was cut off by the woman's sword. Kacha. Ice filled the air, and even though the burly man was a member of the corpse spirit race and possessed an extremely powerful vitality, his body was instantly frozen solid. His vitality was completely annihilated. This was the first time she had fought since leaving Scarlet Wave Star, and as soon as she attacked, she displayed an astonishing combat strength. At least, Mou's eyelids twitched as he watched. He could clearly feel the strength of the corpse general. Even if he were to fight it alone, it would take him at least 2 to 3 hours to determine the victor, and even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. But this woman of Yang Kai's had actually dealt with the corpse general in just 2 to 3 hours. Yang Kai was already a monstrous genius. But why was the woman following him also so monstrous? Mou was shocked. After killing the corpse general, Su Yen did not stop, grasping the profound frost divine sword and using her monster transformation secret technique, borrowing the power of the ice phoenix source, she rushed into the corpse spirit race army on her own. Wherever she passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet, no one able to withstand a single blow. As for the enemies that were killed, they were all turned into ice sculptures. At the forefront of the battlefield was a small group of Clear Sky sect disciples. They had already rushed out before Yang Kai and the others arrived in order to buy time to repair Black Sea City's barriers and spirit arrays. Of the original 600, there were now less than 100 people left. At this moment, they were surrounded on all sides. Surrounded by countless enemies, people fell every breath, dyeing the earth red with blood. In the middle of the crowd, there was a young girl with long hair fluttering in the wind. Her figure was as agile as a rabbit as she dashed left and right in the enemy's formation. Her body flashed with multicolored light, and her seemingly weak body contained a terrifying power. When she punched out with her small fist, even the air was blasted out with a buzzing sound. Any enemy hit by her fist, as long as they were not origin-returning realm masters, would immediately explode and die. Even if it was a cultivator of the first-order origin-returning realm, if they were hit by her fist, they would suffer severe injuries and howl miserably. Countless attacks flew towards her, but she dodged them with ease. Occasionally, some attacks that she could not avoid hit her body, but she did not suffer much damage and instead stimulated the fierceness in her clear eyes. This young girl's body seemed to be incredibly strong. If it were not for her protection, the remaining 100 people from Clear Sky sect would have been wiped out long ago. Each of her companions who were still alive gave grateful looks to this young girl. Her activity finally attracted Yang Kai's attention. The 5-colored glow that covered her body gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. This was clearly the sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. From a distance, Yang Kai took a moment to look at this young girl. Although she was covered in blood and it was impossible to tell how old she was, judging from her growth, she was only about 13 or 14 years old. This was definitely a body that had not yet fully matured. With her hair fluttering in the wind, her face was vaguely familiar to Yang Kai. Could it be? Kai Yang wrinkled his brow and quickly destroyed the enemies in front of him. His interest in the young girl was piqued, so he brought Xia Ningchang and rushed towards her. Sensing that someone was attacking, the young girl turned around and threw out a punch. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. Kong. An unimaginable amount of power burst out from that delicate little fist. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, his cultivation was much higher than this girl's, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. Otherwise, his old face would have been completely lost. Chapter 1678. Unable to defeat her opponent with a single blow, the girl's reaction was extremely quick. Lowering her body, she sent out a flying kick as a golden light flashed from the tip of her foot like a sword. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, golden sword. Invincible. Her little foot seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed straight towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the girl's ankle. At the same time, he pushed his Saint Chi to resolve her attack, holding her in his hand like a toy. The girl's skirt fluttered in the wind, almost exposing her naked body, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and managed to grab hold of her skirt. Just as her face was filled with annoyance though, she suddenly saw Yang Kai's smiling face. "Oh, Uncle Sect Master." The girl recognized Yang Kai at a glance and a surprised smile appeared on her pretty face as she called out. "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai gently nodded before putting the girl down with a slight tug on his wrist. Staring at her young face, he frowned and asked, "Yun, why are you here?" This young girl was the little girl Huang Wan had adopted, Lin Yun. When Yang Kai returned from the Emperor Garden and passed through a city beside the limitless ocean, he met Huang Wan by chance and brought her back to High Heaven Sect. At the same time, he brought back a little girl. Lin Yun was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, but she had already displayed amazing physical strength. Yang Kai noticed the abnormalities in her body and had Yi Shiyun carefully investigate her. Later, Yi Shiyun told Yang Kai that Lin Yun was incredibly talented and possessed a special physique, the tyrant body of strength. This was a very rare physique that may be related to some kind of sea beast. After all, according to Huang Wan, Lin Yun's mother had the bloodline of a sea beast. She was a cultivator with this special physique. She was born with divine strength, and as one's cultivation increased, so would their strength. Before leaving Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had passed down the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. 7 or 8 years had passed since then. The little girl who was 5 or 6 years old back then had now become a budding flower. Judging from the 5-colored light on her body, she had already reached the minor accomplishment level in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Coupled with her tyrant strength physique, the strength she could display could only be described as terrifying. Her cultivation wasn't high. Under Yang Kai's investigation, she was only a 3rd-order saint. Even if High Heaven Sect did not lack financial and material resources today, Lin Yun also had the personal guidance of a master like Yi Shiyun, so being able to cultivate to the 3rd-order saint realm in just 7 or 8 years was a testament to her talent. This little girl is definitely a dazzling star in the future territory. Yang Kai looked at her as if he was looking at a future supreme master. Furthermore, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art that he had passed down seemed to be tailor-made for her, matching it with the tyrant's strength physique. She was actually able to fight against the cultivator of the 1st-order origin returning realm when she was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the saint realm. This level of leapfrogging far exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. Even he himself was unable to resist the attacks of an origin returning realm master when he was just a 3rd-order saint. However, it was obvious that although Lin Yun was extremely strong, she had almost no strength left in her body. Moreover, there were more or less injuries on her body, so she was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. However, her spirit was still quite good. When Shadowed Star was in chaos, Yun-er happened to follow Great Elder's orders to come to Clear Sky Sect, but in the end, she couldn't go back, so she stayed here, Lin Yun-er said with some grievance. 2 years ago, she was only 11 or 12 years old. She had been drifting for 2 years, so she missed High Heaven Sect very much. She missed Yi Shiyun, who taught her carefully, and Huang Wan, who had always taken care of her like a mother. She missed her brothers, senior sister, and every blade of grass in High Heaven Sect. She had always been very strong, perhaps because of the loss of her parents when she was a child, but after seeing Yang Kai at this moment, a layer of mist filled her big eyes and her small mouth pouted. So that's how it is. Then why did you appear on this battlefield? Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know who the city lord of Black Sea City was, but why did he arrange for Lin Yun-er to come out and fight? Yang Kai could also see that almost all of these people who had come out to fight were stalling for time with the determination to die. Lin Yun-er was still a disciple of High Heaven Sect, and at such a young age, it was not her place to do such a thing. I came out on my own. I just wanted to do what I could, Lin Yun-er sniffed. Good. Yang Kai nodded heavily, stroking Lin Yun-er's head, thinking for a moment before taking out a restorative spirit pill from his space ring and handing it to Lin Yun-er. Take this. Lin Yun-er was not wary of Yang Kai at all, so even if they had not seen each other for 7 or 8 years, she still swallowed the spirit pill without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his head, looked at Xia Ningchang, and said, "Little senior sister, escort them back to the city." Xia Ningchang responded, waving her hand as she formed a series of complicated hand seals. The world energy was mobilized, and under the guidance of Xia Ningchang, this world energy seemed to undergo a strange transformation, transforming into streams of light that drilled into the exhausted cultivators' bodies. In the next moment, each of the Clear Sky Sect cultivators' bodies shook and they became full of energy. Staring at Xia Ningchang, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't know how Xia Ningchang had done it, but she had actually refined the world energy into their bodies, nourishing their almost dried-up meridians and dantian. "Come with me," Xia Ningchang called out, the light sapphire on her forehead exuding a dazzling brilliance, making her look like a goddess. Wherever this brilliance passed, all the enemies felt an inexplicable power surge into their hearts, causing them to lose some of their fighting spirit. Xia Ningchang led the team of less than 100 people, cutting a bloody path through the enemy and converging with Du Yanling and the others. Yang Kai flew high into the sky and released his divine sense, searching for stronger enemies on the battlefield, his golden blood threads transforming into streaks of golden light that wildly reaped the lives of corpse spirit religion's disciples. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi, and Lin Yu Rao formed a triangular formation and had already set off a storm in the enemy's direction, leaving behind a trail of corpses wherever they went. Under MOU's control, the Azure Sun Chaos Tower fluctuated in size, emitting a mysterious blue light that prevented the enemy from approaching. A group of 7 or 8 people had completely disrupted Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Soon, some people realized that the situation was not good. On the battlefield, Corpse Spirit Religion's masters were being killed one by one, and with no one to command them, the rest were scattered like scattered sand, unable to put up any effective resistance. This situation became even more serious after Du Yanling led her forces out. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was routed like a landslide. The Corpse Spirit Race clansmen screamed and fled, and the sects and families that had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion also fled. Du Yanling and the others' eyes turned crimson red as they chased after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples for several tens of thousands of miles. Only after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples suffered a crushing defeat did they finally return victorious. At this moment, Black Sea City was filled with people. The entire city seemed to be boiling with excitement. Corpse Spirit Religion's army had been besieging Black Sea City for a full year now, and Clear Sky Sect's forces had been damaged time and time again. Seeing that the city was on the verge of being completely destroyed, however, at this critical juncture, someone had suddenly appeared and turned the tide, saving Black Sea City from its current predicament. Not only did they save Black Sea City, but they also ruthlessly crushed corpse spirit religion's morale. Everyone was inquiring about the origins of these reinforcements. In the end, after they learned that the ones who had come were Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou and High Heaven Sect's Sect Master and Elders, they suddenly understood. No wonder these people had such powerful combat power, no wonder they could slaughter corpse spirit religion's army until they cried for their parents. It turned out that it was these people. For a time, in Black Sea City, the reputations of Clear Sky Sect and High Heaven Sect rose like the sun. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the remaining high-level members of Clear Sky Sect sat with Yang Kai and the others. Black Sea City's City Lord, Du Yenling, who was also an elder of Clear Sky Sect, bowed deeply to Yang Kai and the others and quickly said, "Many thanks to Sect Master Yang and all of you for your assistance this time. If it weren't for you, Black Sea City would likely be in a state of misery and suffering. On behalf of Black Sea City's millions of inhabitants, this mistress thanks Sect Master Yang and all of you for your life-saving grace. City Lord Du is too polite. This Yang and Senior Mo are not outsiders. Naturally we would help." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. His modesty gave Du Yenling a good impression of him, and she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai carefully. Speaking of which, on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai was almost a legend. He had only been famous for a short time. However, the things he had done were earth-shattering. The Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain made him shine brilliantly, and then he occupied the forbidden zone of Shadowed Star, the Lu Yen Sand Field, established his own sect, and then used its full strength, destroying Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and conquering Star Emperor Mountain. Yang Kai and High Heaven Sect had almost become the most famous existences on Shadowed Star. During the 2 years of Shadowed Star's chaos, High Heaven Sect had done many things. The sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and cities in order to express its gratefulness to the entire human race. Yang Kai, as the sect master of High Heaven Sect, could almost be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Every time he stamped his feet, Shadowed Star would tremble. This was the first time Du Yenling had met Yang Kai, so she was naturally a little curious about him. However, even with her third-order origin returning realm cultivation, she still couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths. This seemingly young man seemed to be even stronger than Great Elder and the sect master who had died in battle. Du Yenling was shocked. "Junior Sister Du, the situation in Black Sea City is so bad, what about Clear Sky Sect's headquarters?" Mou asked nervously. Du Yenling and some of the elders who knew about this situation wore gloomy expressions. Mou observed the situation carefully and couldn't help having a bad feeling, asking anxiously, "Could it be that headquarters?" Du Yenling nodded sadly. "Headquarters has been breached, and Sect Master also died in battle." What? Mou got up abruptly and staggered slightly, seemingly unable to accept such an outcome. Yang Kai also sighed slightly. Yang Kai had met Clear Sky Sect's Sect Master Guzhen a few times. He was a good man with a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation, but now he had passed away. "Great Elder, my condolences." Du Yenling didn't know what to say. How could headquarters have been breached? Why was Black Sea City able to hold on until now? Mou's face was gloomy and frightening. Du Yenling said bitterly, "Some people colluded with corpse spirit religion from the inside, so headquarters was not able to be saved." Mou shouted, "They're all dead. Sect Master took them down with him," Du Yenling said sadly. Mou was stunned for a long time before he seemed to lose all his strength and fell into his chair, unable to say a word for a long time. Chapter 1679. After letting Mou rest for a while, Yang Kai began to inquire about the situation of High Heaven Sect. However, Du Yenling didn't know much. Black Sea City had been besieged for nearly a year and had long been cut off from the outside world. Only when some cultivator occasionally fled into Black Sea City to seek refuge could they bring back some information. According to the cultivator who fled, the entrance to High Heaven Sect seemed to be surrounded by corpse spirit religion's army, and no one could enter or leave. As for the situation inside High Heaven Sect, no one knew. A year ago, High Heaven Sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and forces, but with the loss of High Heaven Sect's masters, High Heaven Sect had not moved for the past year, and the situation seemed to be not optimistic. In order to prevent High Heaven Sect's masters from leaving, Corpse Spirit Religion had placed a large number of its members outside Lu Yen Sand Field to monitor the situation. It was even said that there was a protector stationed here. It could be said that although High Heaven Sect had not taken the initiative to help its fellow human race compatriots, its existence had pinned down a lot of Corpse Spirit Religion's combat power. If not for this, Black Sea City would not have been able to persist for so long without being breached. One had to know that Corpse Spirit Religion had at least 4 corpse generals on the same level as Yi Shiyun, not to mention the elusive religion master. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. After resting in Black Sea City for a day, Yang Kai took the people from High Heaven Sect to bid farewell to MOU. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to bring all of Clear Sky Sect's people to High Heaven Sect. As long as they entered Lu Yen Sand Field, they could sit back and relax without worrying about being killed by Corpse Spirit Religion's masters. However, after some consideration, MOU declined Yang Kai's proposal. Clear Sky Sect did not have many disciples left. However, there were still millions of people living in Black Sea City. If Clear Sky Sect followed Yang Kai, the millions of people living in Black Sea City would definitely be slaughtered by Corpse Spirit Religion. Most of these people had fled over the past 2 years for the sake of Clear Sky Sect's reputation, so MOU could not abandon them. This idea might be a little pedantic. However, Clear Sky Sect's remaining upper echelons unanimously agreed. They were all willing to stay behind with MO High and continue protecting Clear Sky Sect's foundation. Yang Kai was moved. Yang Kai, you don't need to worry, although my Clear Sky Sect doesn't have many people left, Black Sea City is now filled with people, so I will find a way to replenish our forces. As long as the cultivator here can unite, it shouldn't be a big problem to protect this city, Mo Hai said to Yang Kai with a smile before leaving. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, take care of yourself, Senior Mo. Cupping his fists deeply, Yang Kai bid farewell to Du Yenling and the others before leading Su Yen, Xianing Chong, and the others out of Mo Hai City. They headed straight for Lu Yen Sandy Land. Watching the figures of Yang Kai and the others disappear, Mou's expression became solemn as he waved his hand and ordered, "Inform all cultivator above the Saint Realm in Black Sea City that if they are willing, they can temporarily join my Clear Sky Sect and protect this city with me." Du Yenling and the others immediately set to work. It wasn't that they hadn't considered borrowing the strength of the cultivator in Black Sea City before, but time was simply too tight. There was simply no time to do such a thing, and at that time, Corpse Spirit Religion's army was pressing down on the city, so the cultivator in the city didn't have much fighting spirit and couldn't display their full strength. But now, the situation was different. Corpse Spirit Religion's army that had besieged Black Sea City for a year had been repelled, resulting in countless casualties. Black Sea City's morale was high, so it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to strengthen itself and absorb new strength. Black Sea City was a long way from Lu Yen Sandy Land to Black Sea City. It would take at least 7 or 8 days. Yang Kai was eager to return to the sect, so he directly used the Origin King grade starship. Although this starship was extremely large, its speed was much faster than a star shuttle, and the starship was sturdy, so it was quite safe to stay inside. Along the way, they encountered a number of scattered Corpse Spirit Religion troops, some numbering in the thousands, some in the dozens, all of them under the leadership of a single corpse spirit, wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star. The starship's crystal cannons fired a volley, and without exception, these enemies were blasted off their feet, suffering heavy casualties. Yang Kai didn't give any orders to stop and immediately fled after this attack. After just 3 days of travel, the number of enemies killed by the starship's crystal cannons had reached tens of thousands. Only a small number of these enemies were from the Corpse Spirit race, while most of them were human cultivators who had pledged allegiance to the Corpse Spirit Religion. These cultivators followed corpse spirit religion's lead, so naturally, there was no need to be polite to them. The masters from the 3 clans who had been staying in the sealed world bead were also released by Yang Kai and placed on the starship's deck, allowing them to watch the slaughter along the way. Since they wanted to establish a foothold on Shadowed Star, they naturally needed to integrate with this world. Yang Kai wanted them to integrate into this star as soon as possible and let them see the level of this place's cultivator. Sure enough, after perceiving the strength of these enemies, Ling Tai Su, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others all fell silent, but everyone's eyes flashed with a desire to become stronger. Lin Yun, on the other hand, showed a liveliness consistent with her age. When she thought about returning to High Heaven Sect and seeing the people she missed so much, she was very happy. Along the way, she flew around Yang Kai like a lark, chattering nonstop. Su Yen and Xia Ningchang both liked this little girl very much, and after learning about her tragic childhood fate, the 2 women's motherly love burst into tears, leaving Yang Kai speechless. 3 days later, the Origin King grade starship arrived at the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert. Standing inside the starship, through the polished crystal glass, Yang Kai saw a dense crowd of people gathered around the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert. At a glance, there was no end to this crowd, and it was impossible to tell how many tens of thousands of people had gathered here. So many. Yang Xiuzhu was also taken aback. They really think highly of our High Heaven Sect. Chu Han Yi said coldly. According to City Lord Du, our High Heaven Sect has now become the last paradise on Shadowed Star. This is no longer just a matter of having a bone in one's throat, but also a symbol, an unshakable spiritual pillar. As long as High Heaven Sect still exists, Shadowed Star will not give up resistance. If I were Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, I would also do my best to attack, Lin Yu Rao said faintly. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Sect Master, should we pass through? The High Heaven Sect disciple in charge of controlling the starship turned his head and asked. Kill them all. Yang Kai said coldly. Yes. The High Heaven Sect disciple accepted the order and began directing the starship's crystal cannons excitedly. Being surrounded by so many enemies at his doorstep made him quite angry, so Yang Kai's order had undoubtedly given him an outlet to vent his anger. Hong long, white beams of light shot out from the starship's crystal cannons, and wherever they passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. This Origin King grade starship was personally built by Yang Yen, so its ability to attack and destroy cities was outstanding. On top of that, the energy source for the crystal cannons was the Saint crystal sources condensed by the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, which further increased the power of the crystal cannons. Under the barrage of crystal cannons, the momentum was terrifying, as if the end of the world was approaching. Each crystal cannon swept through a large area, and all the corpse spirit race and the human cultivator who had surrendered to them were unable to resist, turning to ash upon contact. Chaos reigned below. The appearance of the several dozen-meter-long pitch-black starship brought an extremely oppressive atmosphere to the corpse spirit race, and now that it had revealed its ferocious face, they were naturally terrified. A human cultivator recognized the origin of the starship and began to flee while shouting. The starship ignored him and rushed into the sky above where countless enemies were gathered, firing crystal cannons one after another. The earth trembled as huge craters appeared in the ground one after another, with white smoke rising from them. Inside the starship, Yang Kai sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction, sneering, "There's a big fish over there, I'll go meet him." "Junior brother, be careful." Su Yen and Xianing Chang had just finished exhorting when Yang Kai disappeared. On the periphery of the flowing flame sand field, there was a palace that seemed to be newly built. This palace wasn't very big, only occupying a few dozen meters in radius, but it was built magnificently, a stark contrast to the barren and hot-flowing flame sand field. Inside the palace, a white-clothed man was currently reclining on an armchair. His posture was languid, and his hand was supporting his chin. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile as he looked down at the dozen or so beautiful women who were singing and dancing. These women were all tributes from the major forces that had pledged allegiance to corpse spirit religion. Each of them was an outstanding beauty, a rising star of their respective forces. But now, they seemed to have become playthings that could only serve as entertainment for this white-robed man. They seemed to be very afraid of this white-robed man, occasionally meeting his eyes but hurriedly looking away, each of them moving cautiously, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. The earth shook, the palace trembled, and an astonishing energy fluctuation and buzzing sound came from not far away. The white-robed man's face sank as he sat up straight and asked sternly, "What's going on?" The dozen or so young women singing and dancing below also stopped and looked around blankly. Chapter 1680. Yang Kai's powerful spiritual energy caused the white-robed man's expression to change greatly, and in a fit of anger he let out a loud roar and his entire body suddenly underwent an obvious change. Just like Feng Fengqi, who was killed by Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City, the white-robed man's body suddenly increased in size and white needle-like hairs appeared on his exposed skin. 2 fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth and even the breath he exhaled was filled with green corpse chi. Leaping up from the ground, the white-robed man shot up into the sky like a cannonball, smashing a hole in the palace as his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Staring in the direction Yang Kai was coming from, he waved his 2 claw-like hands again and again, sending out 1 claw after another towards Yang Kai. Scram! Yang Kai roared, not even bothering to dodge as he wrapped his fist in black flames and sent a punch towards the white-robed man's face. The sky full of claw attacks collapsed and a huge force bombarded the white-robed man, causing him to let out a muffled groan as he plummeted down like a meteor. A moment later, with a loud bang, a human-shaped crater appeared in the ground. The white-robed man became more and more furious, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Leaping out of the crater, he opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. The thick green corpse chi condensed into an arrow and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his wrist lightly and summoned the verdant dragon bone sword. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the verdant dragon bone sword let out a loud dragon roar and transformed into a giant green dragon that swooped down. Yang Kai stood atop the dragon's head and looked down at the white-robed man, his eyes filled with disdain. The corpse chi, which was enough to kill an origin-returning realm master, had no effect on this giant green dragon. Corpse chi was poisonous, but so was this giant green dragon. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to it. On the other hand, the giant green dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the green corpse chi that originated from the corpse bead, causing the white-robed man to panic. The distance between them was quickly closed. Staring at the dragon head that was growing larger and larger as it opened its giant mouth, the white-robed man was finally unable to remain calm. Letting out a strange cry, the white-robed man hurriedly dodged. The giant green dragon missed its target, but Yang Kai leapt down from its head and stretched out his hand, summoning the giant green dragon back into his dragon bone sword. Yang Kai slashed down fiercely. It was as if it was going to cut through the world. The long sword without any edge was exuding a terrifying aura. The white-robed man was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm to defend himself. Without a sound, a green light flashed, and an arm full of white hair was cut off and fell to the ground. The white-robed man was truly frightened this time. He had never had Yang Kai's of Yang before, Yang's before him. But of Yang Kai of this opponent of his of course of this his of a mind's, of him, he and Yang B, S's. This Yang's. His hims, he's he S's. Yang of with death's Yang's man's spirit Yang of, hurriedly rolling to avoid this blow, the white-robed man picked up his severed arm, stood up, and retreated. Only when he was 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai did the white-robed man stop with some lingering fear in his heart and turn to stare at his enemy with a gloomy expression on his face. Where Yang Kai had cut off his arm with his dragon bone sword, many granules began to grow and wriggle, quickly reattaching the severed arm. While the white-robed man was doing all this, Yang Kai just stood by and watched. Not stopping him, Yang Kai waited for the white-robed man to reattach his arm before suddenly grinning. "Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing him say this, the white-clothed man also frowned, and then came to a sudden realization. Pointing his finger at Yang Kai, he shouted in disbelief, "It's you, it's actually you. We really have met before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It was in the corpse cave, right? I remember you." When Yang Kai first saw this white-robed man, he felt he was a little familiar, but now he finally remembered. At that time, he and Yang Yen had gone deep into the corpse cave in the Grand Burial Valley and had met this white-robed man face to face. The other party had even attacked him. At that time, this white-robed man was a corpse general-level master and had forced Yang Kai to flee. After so many years, his strength had obviously improved a lot. "I also remember you." The white-robed man grinned. "It was you who sneaked into the corpse cave and stole many things, but this protector must thank you." "Thank me for what?" Yang Kai frowned. "Thank you for taking away that mass of Sun's true essence. If it weren't for you, this protector would not have today's achievements." The white-robed man laughed. "What does that have to do with Sun's true essence?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." The white-robed man sneered. "This protector is Corpse Spirit Religion's white-robed corpse general, Kong Fei Rao." "Boy, report your name." "White-robed corpse general?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Are there also red-robed corpse generals, azure-robed corpse generals, and so on?" He remembered that in the corpse cave, he had seen several other corpse generals dressed in different clothes. "Indeed." Kong Fei Rao did not deny it. "Boy, my corpse spirit religion will sooner or later unify Shadowed Star. You are so young but have such good cultivation, why not join my corpse spirit religion? This protector will definitely report this to the religion master and make you a deacon." "Not interested." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This protector is also interested in your talents. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Can you?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. As soon as these words fell, Kong Fei Rao's face changed greatly, because he suddenly discovered that Yang Kai, who had been 1,000 meters away from him, had used some unknown method to instantly appear in front of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and formed a huge void crack in front of him, slashing towards him like a giant blade. Space Force. Kong Fei Rao's pale face became even more pale as he finally remembered that Yang Kai had been able to escape from the corpse cave safely because of his Space Force. Now, seeing him use such a technique, it was obvious just how profound his attainments in the Tao of Space were. A creepy feeling suddenly rose up in Kong Fei Rao's heart as he quickly retreated, barely avoiding the void crack. Looking around, Yang Kai saw some familiar and unfamiliar faces, most of which he could not name, but judging from their robes, all of them were from first-class sects or great forces on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai also saw the current sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Ao Fu, and the younger generation's disciple, In Su Dai. The previous sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Xing He, had fallen while exploring the Emperor Garden and was replaced by his daughter, Gong Ao Fu. Over the years, Gong Ao Fu had also become a third-order origin returning realm master. Dai Yuan was not here. Yang Kai frowned, wondering where this beautiful yet ugly girl had gone. Logically speaking, she was a disciple of Colored Glass sect and should be with Gong Ao Fu. In all of Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai only had a good impression of Dai Yuan. After all, he had cooperated with this little girl several times. In the square, there was silence as Yang Kai just looked around coldly. The origin returning realm cultivator across from him also showed no intention of speaking. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled. Interesting, this sect master has returned to the sect, but none of the elders have come out to greet him. Sorry for the inconvenience. As for why these people had appeared in High Heaven sect, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. When he was in Black Sea City, Yang Kai learned from Du Yanling that High Heaven sect had done a lot of things in the past 2 years. Not only had they frequently sent masters to rescue the human race elites, but under the orders of Great Elder Yi Shiyun, they had also opened High Heaven sect to accept the fleeing cultivator. These people should have come to High Heaven sect to seek refuge. After all, this was the last pure land on Shadowed Star, and with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, no matter how powerful corpse spirit religion was, they could not invade. No one could criticize Yi Shiyun's actions, not even Yang Kai. If he had been in High Heaven sect at that time, he would have done the same. Towards the fleeing cultivator, Yang Kai was not so cold-hearted as to leave them in the lurch. However, the current situation made him extremely angry. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in High Heaven sect, or why Yi Shiyun and the others had not shown up yet, he knew that there must be some kind of filthy plot going on. The origin returning realm masters on the opposite side glanced at each other before finally focusing their eyes on Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. Old Woman Feng did not decline and stepped forward with a kind smile on her old face. Sect Master Yang is too serious. Now that the world is in chaos, High Heaven sect has become the most indestructible haven for our human race. It is the last hope of our race, so it is understandable that we have come to greet you. Our human race? Yang Kai looked at Old Woman Feng with a smile, keenly grasping the key point of Old Woman Feng's words. Senior Feng seems to mean that my High Heaven sect has now become a shared territory of the human race? How come I, the sect master, didn't know anything about this? Old Woman Feng's face stiffened, not knowing how to answer for a while. She had not expected Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. A burly man suddenly stepped forward and shouted, Sect Master Yang, is it? High Heaven sect relies on its natural stronghold to prevent corpse spirit religion's army from attacking, so this treasured land has naturally become the last barrier for our human race. Now that the corpse spirit race is wreaking havoc in the outside world, no place is safe. High Heaven sect should serve the human race and share this treasured land. Does Sect Master Yang feel there is something wrong with this? You are. Yang Kai squinted at him. The burly man coldly snorted, Floating Mist Palace's palace master, Tang Fu Shui. Yang Kai nodded lightly. When Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were at their peak, it wasn't that they didn't have ideas about annexing Medicine Pill sect and forcing its alchemists to work for them, but Medicine Pill sect refused to compromise, so even if Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were envious, they couldn't do anything about it. Every year, they could only cooperate with Medicine Pill sect and provide them with a large number of materials to refine pills. But today, the elders of Medicine Pill sect were actually willing to submit to High Heaven sect. Although Great Elder Li Jianming was dead, Medicine Pill sect still had 4 origin grade low-rank alchemists. There were also more than a dozen Saint King grade alchemists. This was definitely a force that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Any great force that controlled this force would be able to greatly increase its overall strength in the near future. Although the atmosphere in the square and Yang Kai's previous methods were chilling, when this elder from Medicine Pill sect said this, everyone couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some envy. "We are willing to submit, please spare our lives, Sect Master Yang." The other elders saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare act tough? One after another, they lowered their formerly proud heads and expressed their submission. Yang Xiuzhu and the others raised their brow as they stared at Yang Kai with slightly excited expressions, seemingly wanting him to agree to Medicine Pill sect's request. Yang Kai smiled playfully though. "I killed Li Jianming, don't you hate me?" The faces of the people from Medicine Pill sect changed slightly, the elder who spoke just now saying, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, we just made the best choice possible." Ha! Yang Kai chuckled lightly before his face sank and he waved his hand. "Kill them!" Everyone from Medicine Pill sect was startled, even Yang Xiuzhu and the others were stunned, none of them having expected Yang Kai to issue such a ruthless order. However, none of them hesitated and after a moment of daze, rushed out one after another. The elder from Medicine Pill sect called out, "Sect Master Yang, this old master and the others are all origin-grade alchemists, you." Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Chu Hanyi's palm. The people from Medicine Pill sect didn't have much combat power, so Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't need to spend much effort to send them to the underworld. However, everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The people they had killed were all alchemists capable of refining spirit pills above St. King grade. In the past, they were existences that no great force had ever been able to invite, but now, they had all become corpses lying across the square of High Heaven sect, their bodies gradually turning cold. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't care. If it had been anyone else, they might have really left these people alive. After all, origin-grade alchemists weren't easy to find, especially on Shadowed Star. Every alchemist above St. King grade was extremely precious. However, Yang Kai himself was an Origin King grade alchemist, and his little senior sister's attainments in alchemy were even higher than his own, so how could he care about a few trivial Origin grade low-rank alchemists? Giving them precious herbs to refine, Yang Kai was still a little uneasy, so he decided to just kill them and save them the trouble of wasting materials. After dealing with the two culprits, Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect, the anger and murderous intent in Yang Kai's heart finally subsided. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Yang Kai exhaled and declared, "You now have two choices, submit or die." All the people here were Origin returning realm masters, so they weren't weak. Moreover, the culprits who forced Yi Shiyun to withdraw from High Heaven sect had all been killed, so Yang Kai's resentment had been vented, so he didn't intend to pursue this matter any further. If he had really killed all of these people here, it would have been a huge loss to Shadowed Star. Rather than dying at his hands, it would be better to let them fight against the corpse spirit religion and use their remaining strength. For a time, the square was filled with joy and harmony, but 90% of the masters present acted cautiously when facing Yang Kai, lest they upset Yang Kai. Only Gong Ao Fu and the others, who had already joined High Heaven sect, acted more naturally. Yang Kai had not returned to High Heaven sect for a long time, so he was very concerned about the sect's affairs. He was also quite concerned about the injuries of Yi Shiyun and the others, so naturally, he had no intention of continuing to chat with them. After waving his hand and telling them to return to their residences, he summoned the people aboard the starship and had them come down together. Yang Kai did not need to greet these people as Yang Xiuzhu and the others had arranged for them. Yang Kai hurried to Lu Yan's sixth layer of the sand field. What surprised him, though, was that before he even flew out of High Heaven sect, he saw a large mass of light approaching him from the distance. The aura at the head of this group was very familiar. Who else could it be but Yi Shiyun? Yang Kai was stunned, but soon understood. Although he had only fought in the square for a short time, he had still caused some disturbances. Yi Shiyun had probably noticed this and had brought the original High Heaven sect disciples out from the depths of the 6th layer. Since they had returned, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. A moment later, a group of more than 200 people, led by Yi Shiyun, landed not far in front of Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai had time to observe Yi Shiyun's situation, he heard Great Elder Yi ask, "Have you dealt with them all?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling. "Does Great Elder trust me so much?" Yi Shiyun said lightly, "You are the sect master, who else can I trust but you?" Yang Kai sighed and nodded, "It's been dealt with." Yi Shiyun looked towards the square and said softly, "The smell of blood is very strong. Many people must have died, right?" Yang Kai sneered, "Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace, all 3 forces were annihilated." Yi Shiyun didn't have much of a reaction, but the people behind her all showed a look of excitement, as if they had finally gotten their revenge. It was these 3 sects who had misled the other masters into opposing High Heaven sect, and in the end, Yi Shiyun had no choice but to retreat. Sect Master. These mountain peaks all had ready-made secluded palaces and buildings, so the 3 clans only needed to tidy up a little before they could move in. As for the original members of High Heaven sect, they still lived in their respective residences without any changes. In just a single day, Yi Shiyun had managed to arrange all of this in a hurry. High Heaven sect had absorbed nearly 10,000 new blood at once, so it was easy to imagine that at some point in the future, it would truly become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. After nearly 10,000 people poured into High Heaven sect, less than a fifth of the 81 mountain peaks had been occupied, leaving the rest still unclaimed. The masters from other sects who had come here to seek refuge could only watch with envy, but there was nothing they could do. What's more, most of them had offended High Heaven sect before, so although Yang Kai was no longer pursuing them, they still lived cautiously, lest they offend Yang Kai somehow and be swept out the door. Over the next few days, Yang Kai patrolled the various mountain peaks alone, investigating the integration of the human, monster, and demon clans. The results were naturally good. No one from the 3 clans was dissatisfied with this place. Compared to Tongxian Realm, Shadowed Star was simply a cultivation paradise, not to mention that High Heaven sect occupied the most fertile land on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1688. After the situation in the sect stabilized, Yang Kai began to deal with other matters. The first thing he needed to do was naturally heal Yi Shiyun and the others. Of the original High Heaven sect disciples, Yi Shiyun was not the only one who was injured. 90% of the other origin returning realm masters were also injured. These injuries were all left behind during the battle with Corpse Spirit Religion's masters. Injuries caused by corpse chi were very difficult to heal, as the insidious corpse chi had a corrosive effect that hindered the circulation of High Heaven sect's saint chi. Only by using a special detoxification spirit pill could they be healed. Previously, they had not been able to recover from their injuries and had been forced to use their powerful cultivations to suppress them before using their saint chi to slowly dissolve them. This process was very long. However, after Yang Kai returned, everything changed. He teamed up with little senior sister Xia Ningchong to refine a special kind of spirit pill that could detoxify corpse chi. After giving one to each of the injured people, the corpse chi disaster was instantly resolved. Without the corpse chi, with their cultivations, it was naturally not difficult for them to recover, not to mention that Yang Kai had also refined a large number of pills for them to take. As such, in just 10 days, the problem that had plagued the masters of High Heaven sect for countless days was resolved, and the high-end combat power of High Heaven sect was completely renewed. In this incident, because of Yi Shiyun's wise decision, High Heaven sect did not suffer any losses. On top of that, before she left, she took away some of High Heaven sect's precious treasures, including the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree. On the whole, High Heaven Sect's headquarters had not suffered any losses other than being occupied by someone else. After Yi Shiyun returned, the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branch jade crystal tree were placed in specific places again. The former was the key to refining the Origin King pill, while the latter two were great aids to a cultivator's breakthrough. Both had unimaginable significance and role for the entire sect. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect was completely settled. In the main hall, Yang Kai summoned all the high-level members of High Heaven Sect. No one knew what he was going to do, but they all gathered together on time to listen to his speech. Yang Kai didn't have much to say, first expressing his gratitude to the elders for their silent contributions over the years, then looking forward to the bright future of High Heaven Sect. They were all topics that were neither painful nor itchy. In the end, Yang Kai suddenly smiled mysteriously and turned to the crowd. On this trip, I brought some good things for everyone. Although these things may not be able to play the greatest role on Shadowed Star, they can be used to their full potential. However, it will definitely allow you to glimpse the barrier to the Origin King realm. He believed that as long as he accumulated enough, in the future, as long as I can get rid of the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, I can smoothly break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as he said this, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, as if they were unable to digest the news he brought. Even Yi Shiyun was taken aback, staring at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing what he was talking about. The Origin King realm had always been a legend on Shadowed Star, a barrier that even Yi Shiyun could not break through. Although she did not choose to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and instead chose to stay behind, that did not mean she had no desire to break through to this realm. Lin Yu Rao smiled and took out a territory stone from her space ring and shook it gently. Chu Hani watched from the side, envious to death. When they entered the blood prison, the three of them had separated, and although they did not encounter any disasters due to their tyrannical cultivations, they did not gain many benefits either. On the other hand, Qian Tong had broken through his own bottleneck after leaving the blood prison and broke through to the Origin King realm. If one could obtain a territory stone, they would be able to comprehend the power of territory and scrupulously, an irresistible attraction to any Origin returning realm master. Elder Lin really has good luck. Chang Qi sighed to the side. However, Chang Qi, Haoan, Ning Xiang Chen, Huang Wan, and the others did not care much. After all, their cultivations were only at the First Order Origin returning realm, so even if they obtained a territory stone, their cultivations would not be able to keep up and they would not be able to comprehend the power of territory in a short time. They could only rely on territory stones to strengthen their Shur. After all, territory stones were the evolution and upgrade of Shur, so comprehending the mysteries of territory stones was extremely helpful to the cultivation of Shur. That being said, the importance of territory stones to Origin returning realm masters was still not negated. Yi Shiyun was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "Sect Master, if it is convenient, Gong would like 10 territory stones." A burst of gasps sounded as Yang Xiuzhu and the others turned their heads and stared at Yi Shiyun with incredulous eyes. Others did not know the preciousness of territory stones, but Yang Xiuzhu and the others were well aware. The three of them had taken a trip to the blood prison, and only Lin Yu Rao had been lucky enough to obtain a single territory stone, but Yi Shiyun actually wanted 10 at once. This was simply an exorbitant demand. This was not in line with Great Elder's style at all. Was this really the Great Elder that everyone respected and respected? Why did she seem no different from a common scoundrel? Yang Xiuzhu and the others could not help feeling a little dazed. Yi Shiyun snorted softly. "Do you think Sect Master only has this one?" With Sect Master's personality, if he did not have a great harvest, how could he display it so openly in front of so many people? He is not a child, someone who likes to show off and show off everywhere. Hearing her say this, Yang Xiuzhu and the others came back to their senses and stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their eyes full of expectation. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and shook his head. "Great Elder really knows how to read people's minds. I can't hide anything from you." "Sect Master, Yang Xiaozhu gulped, feeling his lips go dry. During my trip to the blood prison, I did obtain a lot of territory stones. A lot. Yang Kai had no intention of concealing anything and stood up to look at the crowd with a smile. A lot? How much is that? Chu Han-yi asked in a trembling voice. Enough for each of you to obtain 10 pieces. Yang Kai smiled lightly. *C. Yang Xiaozhu and the others gasped as they stared at Yang Kai with almost worshipful eyes. There were not many people in the hall, only about 15, including Gong Ao Fu and Dai Yuan who had recently joined High Heaven sect. Gong Ao Fu knew that Yang Kai did not like In Su Dai very much and was instead quite concerned about Dai Yuan, so she had recently taken Dai Yuan along with her. As for In Su Dai, she was showing signs of falling out of favor and was not qualified to appear here. It seems that Gong underestimated sect master's ability and asked for too little. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, her expression somewhat annoyed. Yang Kai thought of Shanqing Luo again. When they parted ways in the blood prison, he had given her 200 territory stones and the Origin King Great Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip. Yang Kai wondered how this dragon lady was doing now and whether her cultivation was going smoothly. Yang Kai also thought of Yang Inflammation. Senior sister, you cultivate first, I'm going out. Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yen nodded gently, took out the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, sat down cross-legged on it, and held a piece of territory stone in her hand before closing her eyes and meditating. Yang Kai left First Heavenly Palace and went straight to the center of Lu Yen Sand Field. Although he had learned from Yi Shiyun that Yang Inflammation had been sleeping for many years and hadn't changed much, Yang Kai still wanted to see it with his own eyes. On Shadowed Star, Yang Inflammation was his closest friend, and if there were no accidents, this friendship would continue. However, Yang Inflammation's life was too complicated now, and no one knew what she would become after she truly woke up, so Yang Kai was naturally worried. The 6th layer of Lu Yen Sand Field didn't cover a large area, only a few kilometers in radius. Holding the Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily passed through the barrier of Lu Yan's 5th layer and arrived in front of the bamboo forest. A lofty pavilion loomed behind the bamboo forest, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The 6th layer of Lu Yen Sand Field had always been a restricted area of High Heaven sect. In the past, only Great Elder Yi Shiyun could set foot here, no one else was allowed to enter, nor did they have the ability to. It wasn't until last time, when Yi Shiyun had to retreat to the 6th layer with her people, that High Heaven sect learned of the existence of such a place. However, the lofty pavilion was still a place where no one was allowed to set foot. Yang Kai naturally wasn't one of them. Passing through the bamboo forest, Yang Kai easily arrived at the lofty pavilion, swept it with his divine sense, and went straight up to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the decoration was simple with only a wooden bed and nothing else. Lying on the wooden bed, however, was a woman wearing a black robe with an exquisite figure. It was none other than Yang Yun, whom Yang Kai had not seen for a long time. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Yun from Yang Kai's memories, but her temperament was a little different. When Yang Kai walked closer to take a look, he faintly felt a sense of oppression from Yang Yun. Even though she was asleep, she still exuded a frightening aura. It was as if just looking at her was blasphemy, a blasphemy against a divine being. Yang Kai was startled for a while before his complexion suddenly changed. Because in his field of vision, Yang Yun's appearance began to blur, and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. At this moment, she became illusory, as if she didn't exist, but also as if she was omnipresent. Yang Kai's divine sense was also pulled into an abyss by an invisible force, constantly falling down without end. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and let out a low groan. A sharp pain shot through his body, and the feeling of his divine sense falling suddenly disappeared, allowing him to refocus his vision. Cold sweat broke out all over his body and seeped through his clothes. Emperor pressure, it's really terrifying. Yang Kai muttered with lingering fear. Even though she was asleep, the emperor pressure emitted by Yang Yun was enough to subvert Yang Kai's divine sense, so it was difficult to imagine what she would be like after waking up. However, Yang Kai had only come here to take a look at Yang Yun. After all, he had not seen her for so many years. When he was still very weak, it was Yang Yun who had always helped him. Without Yang Yun, there would be no Dragon Cave Mountain and no High Heaven sect today. Corpse Emperor. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression changing a few times. Is he on the same level as you? Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors of Star Field, and since this guy who called himself the Corpse Emperor dared to use the word emperor, he was obviously in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation nodded lightly. Yang Kai's face instantly became extremely ugly. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. You don't need to be so nervous, it's impossible for the Corpse Emperor to come here, so that person can't be the Corpse Emperor. I'm just guessing that he has some kind of relationship with the Corpse Emperor, perhaps an old acquaintance of mine. My old acquaintance has a good relationship with the Corpse Emperor, so it's not surprising that he knows how to transform corpse spirits. Yang Kai grit his teeth as he stared at Yang Inflammation. Even if that person isn't the Corpse Emperor, since he's your old acquaintance, he's definitely not someone I can resist. If I rush to meet him, wouldn't I be courting death? Of course I won't send you to your death. Yang Inflammation glared at Yang Kai. If that person is really as I guess, his strength will definitely not exceed the Origin King realm, at most a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Shadowed Star has its own world principles, so as long as he remains on Shadowed Star, he won't be able to break through. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. If this mysterious religion master was really just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what is the origin of that old acquaintance of yours that you care so much about? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before explaining. You should know that the reason my body fell into a deep slumber was because I was seriously injured in a great battle, so I had no choice but to retreat to the Emperor Garden to recuperate. The old acquaintance I'm talking about is the one who injured me. Yang Kai tried his best to maintain the clarity of his mind and calmness of his soul as he asked bitterly, didn't you say that person died in that battle? Yang Kai also knew some of the secrets of the past. The reason why the great emperors of Star Field fell into a deep slumber was because they had suffered heavy injuries in a great battle, and her enemy had been killed on the spot. But now, Yang Inflammation actually said that person might still be alive. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Someone who could injure Yang Inflammation. There was no doubt that this person was on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Corpse Emperor. I smashed his body to pieces, but that guy's means of escaping are top-notch. Perhaps his soul managed to escape without me noticing. However, you can rest assured that his situation is different from mine. Now, a very common scene on Shadowed Star was playing out in this place. The remaining corpse spirit race clansmen had been hiding here and were accidentally discovered, causing thousands of human cultivators to rush over and besiege them. Although there were less than 1,000 corpse spirit race clansmen here, they were still very difficult to deal with. What's more, corpse spirit race clansmen were transformed from the dead, so they had little fear of pain and their bodies were tough as steel, making them very difficult to kill unless they destroyed their corpse beads. At the same level, a human cultivator was no match for a corpse spirit race clansman. Thousands of human cultivators surrounded the corpse spirit race clansmen in a small mountain valley, but did not dare to launch a fierce attack. They could only selectively eliminate the corpse spirit race clansmen in the periphery, slowly weakening their strength. The corpse spirit race clansmen had obviously discovered their enemy's scheme, so how could they be willing to just sit back and wait for death? They organized several waves of fearless attempts to break out of the encirclement, and although they suffered many casualties, they also took the lives of many human cultivators. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. The corpse spirit race clansmen were at the end of their rope, and each one of them was extremely fierce, while the human cultivator was hesitant. Just as the human race masters were at a loss of what to do, a young man suddenly appeared in midair. He had arrived suddenly, without the slightest warning, and by the time everyone noticed his existence, he was already standing there. The young man glanced down at the mountain valley, then raised his palm and gently slapped it down. His movements were very casual, as if he was swatting mosquitoes and flies. However, under this palm, the spirit chi between heaven and earth gathered crazily, converging into a huge palm print that could cover the entire valley. This palm print covered the sky and the earth as it slammed down with lightning speed. Hong Long. The earth shook violently, causing the thousands of human cultivators to almost lose their footing. In the next moment, everyone paled in horror. They clearly saw that under the giant palm of world energy, the thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen that they had been helpless against, regardless of their cultivation, were all smashed into meat paste. Over 90% of them died in an instant, with only a few lucky ones not affected, but their faces were bloodless as they stood trembling in place, looking up in horror. The figure of the young man at this moment was like a god who dominated this world. After that palm print, the young man just flickered slightly and disappeared, as if he had never appeared. However, the huge palm print in the mountain valley and the dead corpse spirit race clansmen proved that everything just now was not an illusion but had actually happened. Who is this person? How could he be so strong? The power of his palm is probably no less than that of Shadow Moon Hall's Temple Master Qian, right? I heard that Temple Master Qian is already an Origin King. Could there be a second Origin King on Shadowed Star? No, 5 months ago, this old master had the privilege of witnessing Temple Master Qian's shocking means, but compared to that palm, it seems he is still slightly inferior. How is that possible? Is he even stronger than Temple Master Qian? I don't believe it. Haha, I know who that person is. It's High Heaven Sect Master, Yang Kai. I've seen him once before, back when he was still on Dragon Cave Mountain. He's High Heaven Sect Master? Everyone suddenly realized and immediately felt that the rumors were true. High Heaven Sect being able to become one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star was not without reason. Chapter 1696. Moreover, after becoming a Star Master, there were many other benefits that Yang Kai had not had the time to carefully experience and grasp, so he was not clear about them for the time being. However, this alone was enough. Wherever he went, the corpse spirit race had nowhere to run. With just a casual wave of his palm, Yang Kai was able to wipe out groups of corpse spirit race cultivators. Now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, who on Shadowed Star could resist his methods? Even Qian Tong would not be able to resist. In just half a day, Yang Kai had traversed most of Shadowed Star, killing all the corpse spirit race cultivators he could sense. Before the human cultivator could figure out what was going on, Yang Kai had already flown away, leaving these people looking at each other in confusion. On the shores of the limitless ocean, a group of cultivators who had broken away from the human race army were fleeing as a dozen or so corpse spirit race cultivators pursued them relentlessly. The corpse spirit race had not had an easy time in the past year. Their powerful corpse generals had been wiped out one by the masters of Qian Tong and High Heaven sect, and even their religion master was rumored to have been killed. Without a leader, they could only be suppressed by the united human race, retreating back to the limitless ocean step by step, trying to escape into the vast sea to seek a chance of survival. However, their hopes were dashed as Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun had chased after corpse spirit religion cultivators all the way to this point, blocking their path of retreat, making it impossible for them to enter the limitless ocean. Today, corpse spirit religion was on the decline and was no longer as strong as it was a few years ago. Cornered, the corpse spirit race cultivators could only hunt down lone human cultivator to vent their frustrations and grievances. This group of 7 or 8 human cultivators was quite unlucky as they had encountered the corpse spirit race cultivators who were both stronger and more numerous than they were. In just one battle, they had lost several people and had no choice but to flee in the direction of the human army. The woman leading the group had a face as beautiful as peach blossoms, a seductive figure, and a pair of large breasts that surged fiercely in front of her. However, under the pursuit of the corpse spirit race, her beautiful face paled, and as she fled, she continuously poured her divine sense into the communication artifact in her hand. She hoped to be able to contact her elders. Let the elders come to the rescue. Another scream came from behind. The woman turned around and saw a scene that made her tremble. One of his companions who had fallen behind was caught by a few corpse spirits and was knocked to the ground. Those cruel corpse spirit clansmen didn't intend to kill him directly. Instead, they swarmed forward. It gnawed at his flesh with its sharp teeth. Her companion's screams and cries for help made the woman's legs tremble. A warm current flowed through her lower abdomen. He nearly lost control of his bladder on the spot. After a short while, the voices of his companions gradually faded away. After the corpse spirit race had eaten their fill, they chased after him even more ferociously, getting closer and closer to him. When she thought about how her delicate skin and flesh would become food for the corpse spirit race like her companion, and eventually become a skeleton without any sense of beauty, the woman's beautiful eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. The great panic made her footsteps feel as heavy as lead, and her Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, making it difficult for her to even move. The corpse spirit clan behind her was getting closer and closer, and she could even smell the thick scent of blood. The woman exclaimed. Right at this moment, her vision blurred as a figure suddenly appeared and stretched out a hand towards her. With a light grab, he pulled her behind him. Then, the young man flicked his fingers, and along with the sound of a few strong winds, the dozen or so corpse spirits that were chasing her all exploded into powder without exception. A disaster was resolved in an instant. The woman stared blankly at the figure in front of her, a feeling of having just survived a disaster rising in her heart as she called out, "Yang Kai." Her voice was still trembling and her face was pale. Obviously, she had not yet recovered from the thrill and excitement she had just experienced. Hearing this woman's name, the other human race cultivator was taken aback for a moment before they all turned to look at Yang Kai with excitement. They had naturally heard of Yang Kai's name, but very few had actually seen him in person. This time, the sect master of High Heaven sect had personally stepped in to save them, so they were naturally grateful. "In Su Dai." Yang Kai glanced back at the woman and frowned. "Why are you here? Where is your master?" This little girl was In Su Dai of Colored Glass sect. In Colored Glass sect, she was considered one of the best cultivators of the younger generation. Few people could resist her beguiling technique, but facing the corpse spirit race, her beguiling technique was ineffective. With her first order returning realm cultivation, the strength she could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise, she would not have ended up in such a sorry state. In Su Dai smiled reluctantly and replied obediently, "Master is in Sea Corner City." Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon noticed that a large number of cultivator auras had gathered in a city several tens of thousands of kilometers away. That should be Sea Corner City, a city near the carefree seaside. Why aren't you with your master? What are you doing out here? Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Although the human race had won a great victory and the corpse spirit race had almost no place to stand, acting alone was still very dangerous, especially in the carefree seaside. Although Yang Kai did not like In Sudai very much, she was now a disciple of High Heaven sect. As the sect master, he could still reprimand her. In Sudai immediately became speechless. Back when Yang Kai was still unknown, she had even tried to deal with Yang Kai, but things were different now. In Sudai understood better than anyone that the gap between her and Yang Kai was now immeasurable. If Yang Kai stood atop the clouds, she could only stay on the ground and look up. She had envied Dai Yuan's ugly senior sister countless times, wondering what kind of methods she had used to obtain Yang Kai's care. It was precisely because of Yang Kai's attitude that her honored master Gong Ao Fu began to like her senior sister more and more, while In Sudai had gradually been neglected in the past year. Forget it. Yang Kai waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this matter. This was a realm that had been passed down from generation to generation, but no one had been able to reach it. Pang Zhen and the others didn't know how strong an Origin King Realm Master was, but this didn't prevent them from worrying. They were worried that Qian Tong's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws into the deep sea. Although Ocean Palace's influence in the uncharted ocean was extremely large, whether it could resist an Origin King Realm Master was still something they weren't confident about. Yang Kai observed their expressions and naturally understood what they were worried about. Although he was secretly amused, he didn't point it out. Not to mention whether Qian Tong had such intentions, even if he did, it would be difficult for him to conquer the uncharted ocean alone. Shadow Moon Hall didn't have such great ability. Pang Zhen and the others were a little worried. Island Master Pang, this Yang has a request to make. I wonder if Island Master Pang can agree. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Please speak, Sect Master Yang." Pang Zhen quickly raised his head and looked over. "I would like to meet with the temple masters of your ocean palace," Yang Kai said with a smile before taking a sip of wine. Pang Zhen was stunned. "May I ask what Sect Master Yang's request is?" Although Yang Kai's identity and status were indeed qualified to meet with the temple masters of Ocean Palace, Pang Zhen still couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously. A good thing. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. This sect master wants to open up a material exchange between the uncharted ocean and the inland. Island Master Pang, you also know that the uncharted ocean and the inland have different environments and specialties. Cultivation materials that can be easily found in the uncharted ocean may be extremely precious on the inland. Conversely, things that can be easily found on the inland may also be very precious in the uncharted ocean. If we can exchange what we lack, it will be of great benefit to the disciples of our respective forces. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to stay, otherwise, after killing the Insect Emperor, he would have left long ago. How could he have wasted so much time? High Heaven sect was no longer the same as before. In the past, it only had a few hundred people at most, so it was easy to support them. Any batch of materials would be enough for them to cultivate, but now, Yang Kai had brought nearly 10,000 people from Tong Xian realm with him. Every month, they would need an unimaginable amount of supplies. Even if High Heaven Sect had some accumulation, it wouldn't be able to last for more than a few years. Just like the current situation, after the war with Corpse Spirit Religion, the entire inland had withered and the yuan qi of the various sects had been greatly damaged, so cultivation materials were extremely scarce. Did Sunrise Island or Sea Temple provoke them? Yang Kai asked casually. Pang Jin shook his head. I don't know, but there is no harmonious relationship between Sea Temple and the Sea Clan. After all, they are two different races that live together in the deep sea, so friction is inevitable. However, this Pang has never seen a situation like today's. My Sea Temple and the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace also have some agreements that prevent us from dispatching so many masters to deal with the other side. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a few times before he asked casually, the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace should also be able to collect a lot of cultivation resources from the deep sea, right? Pang Zhen was so focused on wondering why the Sea Clan had dispatched so many masters that he didn't have time to ponder over Yang Kai's question and simply said, they have a natural advantage in being able to collect resources from the deepest depths of the sea, something our Sea Temple cannot compare with. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Jin realized something and quickly turned to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was smiling happily. Pang Jin's expression couldn't help becoming serious as he said, Sect Master Yang, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. The Sea Clan is not easy to deal with, so if you want to exchange any cultivation resources with them, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Sea Clan has always looked down on our human race. You have lived inland for a long time, so you probably don't understand this. Many thanks for Island Master Pang's reminder, Yang Kai responded casually. Pang Jin naturally knew what Yang Kai was thinking and why Yang Kai would think this way. Yang Kai had been waiting here for several days now, yet no one from the Sea Clan's headquarters had come to discuss the matter of trading resources with him. Anyone would have been resentful. If Sea Temple was the sole ruler of the Endless Sea, Yang Kai would have had no choice but to wait patiently. But now that Sea God Palace had suddenly appeared, Pang Jin knew that Yang Kai had set his sights on Sea God Palace. If he could establish a connection with Sea God Palace, it wouldn't matter whether he had Sea Temple or not. If he lost this merit, Pang Jin would find it difficult to advance and could only remain on Sunrise Island as an island master for the rest of his life. Although he was free and unfettered, he was still some distance away from the true center of power. Seeing Yang Kai not take his words to heart, Pang Jin also felt a little resentful. He didn't resent Yang Kai, but rather was dissatisfied with the attitude of the Sea Clan's headquarters. However, he didn't have time to think about this right now. While he was chatting with Yang Kai, the monstrous wave had already arrived a few kilometers in front of Sunrise Island and without stopping, rushed straight towards the island. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk Sunrise Island's spirit array restriction shook violently, nearly breaking apart. After a long time, the monstrous wave subsided and swept across the entire Sunrise Island before disappearing. Pang Jin raised his head towards the sky with an ugly expression and shouted, Shang Ao, what do you mean by this? Does Sea God Palace want to declare war on my Sea Temple? Pang Jin, hand over that person, otherwise I'll make sure your Sunrise Island will never be able to rest in peace. Shang Ao roared, his voice like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Pang Jin was stunned. Hand over who? He had no idea what Shang Ao was talking about and felt completely baffled. Don't play dumb. This general officer will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If you don't see the person this general officer wants to see, you can just wait for your death. Although Shang Ao was strong, he was obviously simple-minded. In addition to the dozens of sea lotuses he found at the beginning, in the next few days, he harvested at least 100 more. The number of pink and green sea lotuses was still the most. There were fewer silver sea lotuses and only 3 golden ones. This was a rare commodity worth hoarding. These things were a specialty of Serene Soul Island and couldn't be found anywhere. Using these sea lotuses, Yang Kai could refine a large number of body-tempering pills. Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it could also quickly improve the physical quality of his friends and family. Therefore, the more sea lotuses there were, the better. The little dolphin also ate until its belly was round. It was the one who brought Yang Kai to find the sea lotuses, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop it from eating. Time flew by, and about half a month later, Yang Kai stored at least 500 sea lotuses in his space ring. Although he didn't know the value of sea lotuses on Serene Soul Island, just by thinking about the rate of sea lotuses near and far, he could determine that these things should be a scarce resource on Serene Soul Island. Unless Serene Soul Island organized a team of masters to explore the sea and collect them, they would be able to obtain a considerable harvest. Otherwise, they could only search near the coast. On this day, the little dolphin brought Yang Kai to an island. This island didn't occupy a large area, only a few dozen kilometers in radius, less than 1% of Serene Soul Island. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen an island other than Serene Soul Island, so he was naturally very curious. The island was connected to the sea by a sea river that led directly to the interior of the island. The little dolphin followed the sea river and entered the island. A moment later, a lake on the island appeared in front of Yang Kai. This lake was connected to the sea outside, occupying about 1/5 of the island's area. Countless sea lotuses were blooming, dazzling the eyes with a variety of colors. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 sea lotuses in this lake. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Even though Yang Kai had a great harvest these past few days, he couldn't help but smile. Good job! Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the little dolphin and patted its head. He wasn't stingy with his praise. The little dolphin was very happy. After spending these past few days together, the little dolphin had become more and more dependent on Yang Kai, especially after Yang Kai casually killed so many sea beasts. It couldn't help but worship Yang Kai. Those sea beasts were behemoths to the little dolphin, each of them capable of eating it alive. But for Yang Kai, a single punch was enough to kill them. Soon, the man and the dolphin arrived at the island's lake. Yang Kai jumped down, stepped on the lotus leaves, and quickly shuttled through the lake. Sea lotuses of different colors were collected into his space ring one after another. The little dolphin was not willing to be outdone and began devouring the sea lotuses, its belly soon becoming round. Then it began to swim in the lake with nothing to do, looking carefree and carefree. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had collected more than 2/3 of the sea lotuses in the lake. Just as he was full of energy and was about to sweep this place clean, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out in his ears. This roar was filled with blood and tears, as well as indescribable grief and indignation, as if one's parents had died. "Bastard, you dare steal this old master's shadowed heaven lotus?" As soon as these words fell, a figure rushed over from not far away, glaring at Yang Kai angrily, stomping his feet on the ground and leaping into the air. 2 deep footprints were left on the ground. In mid-air, the man threw a punch towards Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai had finished collecting all the shady heaven lotuses. He looked up and found that on a mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with a face full of grief and indignation, looking at him with helpless eyes. That feeling was as if the heart of the woman he had always cared for had been easily captured by another man. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode as he turned around and left. He had no way of defeating Yang Kai, so rather than humiliating himself, he would rather not see it. Yang Kai found a simple wooden house nearby, presumably built by the old man. Yang Kai moved in without hesitation. 3 days later, Yang Kai was studying the efficacy of the Shady Heaven Lotuses and the body-tempering pill, hoping to improve them to a perfect level when light footsteps suddenly came from outside the wooden house. Yang Kai smiled and put down the matter at hand, waiting quietly. A moment later, the door of the wooden house was opened and the old man stood in the distance with a pale face, about 100 feet away from Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated look. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "You are not from Mingyu?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who is Mingyu?" A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Yang Kai seriously, as if trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai's eyes were clear as he looked back at the old man. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude softening a little, no longer carrying the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife, slowly saying, "You don't know Mingyu? It seems you have just entered Serene Soul Island not long ago, right?" "Old sir is wise." Yang Kai praised casually, "You are right, I have only been here for about a month." "No wonder." The old man squeezed out a smile, but it was extremely ugly. "Since you are not from Mingyu, we can have a good talk." "I was thinking the same thing." Yang Kai smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He did not know much about the situation on Serene Soul Island, nor was he able to explore the inside of Serene Soul Island. Now that he had finally met a living person here, and one who had obviously lived here for many years, he naturally had to make good use of him. "Can this old master come in and talk?" The old man asked somewhat gloomily. "Of course, this is old sir's residence." Yang Kai invited him in a carefree manner. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not show much fear. Although he felt that he was not a match for Yang Kai, he was confident he could escape from Yang Kai if he really went all out. He believed that Yang Kai would not be stupid enough to fight him to the death. After the old man sat down in front of him, Yang Kai asked, "Old sir, who is this Mingyu you mentioned just now?" The old man snorted coldly, "A scoundrel." Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that this old man seemed to have quite a bit of enmity with Mingyu. Otherwise, the old man would not have gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. "He is the current island master of Serene Soul Island." The old man added, "Mingyu is the island master?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Serene Soul Island, he had heard the thin man mention the island master. He did not expect to learn the island master's name from this old man. "That's right." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old sir said that he is the current island master of Serene Soul Island." Today, she could no longer be called a firebird. She had her own sentience and could assume human form. She had been given a name by Yang Kai and could be regarded as a special creature. "What orders does Master have?" Lu Yen asked in a deep voice as soon as she appeared. "I want to borrow your strength to perform alchemy. Cooperate with me," Yang Kai said lightly. Lu Yen nodded without saying a word before transforming into an alchemy furnace. The shape of this alchemy furnace was identical to her natal artifact, but it was completely composed of flames, making it far more outstanding than the Origin King-grade alchemy furnace. Yang Kai concentrated on this, held his breath, and threw in the materials he had prepared one by one, communicating with Lu Yen with his divine sense to control the heat. The process of refining the Shadowed Heaven pill was not complicated, so with Yang Kai's methods, it was naturally easy for him to succeed. Half a day later, a pill fragrance filled the air from the wooden house. Yang Kai seized this opportunity and poured his divine sense into the alchemy furnace, using the method recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture to condense the pill. A short while later, 3 flames shot up from the alchemy furnace into the sky. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew the 3 streams of light over to him, falling into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. A gurgling sound came from the jade bottle as Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and smiled with satisfaction. The pill condensing technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture was extensive and profound. If used properly, one could condense multiple pills at a time, unlike before when one could only refine 1 pill per set of materials. Over the years, Yang Kai had often tried to use this pill condensing technique to condense pills. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed, but he still gained some insights. Now that he had condensed 3 pills at a time, it was not a small breakthrough. Taking out a shadowed heaven pill, Yang Kai put it in his mouth and tasted it, feeling the medicinal efficacies contained within. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to devote himself to his alchemy. Half a day later, another furnace of shadowed heaven pills was successfully refined, and this time, Yang Kai condensed 4 shadowed heaven pills, an even better result than the first time. As time passed and the number of times he refined increased, Yang Kai's technique became more and more proficient, and the time it took to refine a furnace of shadowed heaven pills also became shorter and shorter, going from half a day to 2 hours, and then to 2 hours. The speed at which he refined these pills was incredible. In the process of constantly performing alchemy, Yang Kai's pill condensing technique also improved. It could be said that this rare alchemy experience allowed Yang Kai to make another substantial breakthrough on the alchemic Tao, which was an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind and Yang Kai turned his head to look, only to find that the little dolphin had arrived at the wooden house at some unknown time. It swung its tail and swam through the air as if it was swimming in the sea, without the slightest hindrance, its posture graceful. Yang Kai couldn't help gawking when he saw this. It was impossible to use Saint Chi on Serene Soul Island. Even with his strength, Yang Kai couldn't fly on Serene Soul Island and could only rely on his powerful physique to perform long-distance jumps. However, the little dolphin had obviously broken this common sense and was actually able to swim through the air, even if it couldn't fly very high. The little thing was obviously attracted by the pill fragrance, and when it came to Yang Kai's side, its nose twitched slightly as it stared eagerly at the alchemy furnace in front of it. He no longer had the time to talk to Yang Kai and quickly focused on absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not disturb him again. Instead, he left the wooden house, found a quiet place on the island, and began to take the shadowed heaven pill. The shadowed heaven pill he refined was completely different from the ones he had obtained from the 2 dead people before. The shadowed heaven pill he had obtained before was not completely refined, so its medicinal efficacies were not fully displayed. However, on Serene Soul Island, this kind of situation was simply unavoidable. The level of alchemists, the inability to use their Saint Chi, the quality of the earth fire, and various other factors all forced the alchemists of Serene Soul Island to refine shadowed heaven pills and waste a large number of shadowed heaven lotuses. Yang Kai had made up for all these shortcomings, so it would be strange if the spirit pill he refined was not good. After a few days of experimentation, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. The shadowed heaven pills refined with silver lotuses were origin grade, those refined with blue lotuses were Saint King grade, and those refined with pink shadowed heaven lotuses were Saint grade. Each grade of shadowed heaven pill had vastly different effects. Yang Kai did not use golden lotuses to refine because there were too few of them, only about 10 of them. However, Yang Kai felt that if he used golden lotuses, he should be able to refine Origin King grade shadowed heaven pills. The medicinal efficacies shuttled through his meridians and physique, transforming his body, meridians, and cells, causing Yang Kai's physique to become stronger and stronger. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken a shadowed heaven pill, so the benefits he obtained were simply unimaginable. On top of that, because he had taken a lot of life-revitalizing jade cream before, his physique was already close to perfection, so he was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of shadowed heaven pills much faster. In less than half an hour, the medicinal efficacies of an origin-grade shadowed heaven pill were completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Without delay, Yang Kai took out another pill, tossed it into his mouth, and continued to absorb its medicinal efficacies. Unable to cultivate Saint Qi or spiritual energy, taking shadowed heaven pills to cultivate one's physique was the only way out for a cultivator on Serene Soul Island. 3 days later, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the direction of the wooden house. The little dolphin swimming in the lake on the island raised its head and glanced over before casually retracting its head under its lotus leaf and no longer paying attention. A figure shot up into the sky from the direction of the wooden house and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. A short time later, Sha, who stood in front of Yang Kai, his eyes shining brightly and his aura seemingly having become stronger. Yang Kai opened his eyes, glanced over at Sha Hu and smiled. Old man Sha seems to have made a breakthrough. Chapter 1709. About 3,000 kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, on a sea territory, a several-meter-long ship was sailing slowly, shuttling back and forth in search of precious shadowed heaven lotuses. There weren't many cultivator on the ship, only about 20 or so, and a few of them were standing on the deck, their eyes wandering back and forth across the sea. Most of them wore resentful looks as they sat in place with gloomy eyes. These people exchanged glances from time to time, all of them showing looks of unwillingness and humiliation. Pang Zhen of Sunrise Island and Qian Mo of the Sea Clan were among them. Both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators and could be considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star, but after arriving on Serene Soul Island, they found that everyone here was stronger than them. Of course, this was only in terms of physical strength, but on Serene Soul Island, the only indicator of strength was the strength of one's physique. Pang Zhen and Qian Mo's third-order origin returning realm cultivations were completely useless here. They had been stranded on Serene Soul Island for quite some time now, so it was more than enough for Pang Zhen and Qian Mo to figure out the situation here. An ugly man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly walked in front of Qianma. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and touched his chin with one hand. He used a scrutinizing gaze to scan Qianma's beautiful and alluring body. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as he let out a low and lewd laugh. Qian Mo raised her head and glanced at him, her pretty face immediately sinking. Lady Qian Mo, you should consider this carefully. If you submit to this master will guarantee you a safe and sound life in the future. Not only will you be able to officially join Serene Soul Island, you won't have to do any dangerous work, but you will also have a chance to obtain some shadowed heaven pills. This is a very good deal. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. You should know that others won't be as easy to deal with as me, the sharp-mouthed man said in a seductive tone. The man's eyes became even more unscrupulous as they stared at Qian Mo's full breasts, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Serene Soul Island was a damned place, so it was very difficult for anyone to enter it by mistake. There were only a few thousand people on Serene Soul Island in total. There were even fewer women, especially beautiful women. Any beauty was an extremely precious existence. They could even be treated as rare goods that could be exchanged for large amounts of shadowed heaven pills. Qianma was undoubtedly such a person. The sharp-mouthed man had his eyes on Qianma. Taking advantage of his position, he tried to force Qianma to submit to him. Once he achieved his goal, he would not care about his own pleasure. Either way, it would be a good deal to exchange it for shadowed heaven pills. However, what made him angry was that no matter what he said, Qian Mo ignored him. In any case, he was still one of the commanders of the Sea God Palace. Qian Mo did not put the pointy-mouthed man in her eyes. She could kill dozens of people like him with one hand if they were outside. Therefore, when faced with the man's persuasion, Qian Mo only replied with one word, "Scram." The sharp-mouthed man was furious. He pointed his finger at Qian Ma and pretended to slap her. It was as if he wanted to vent his anger by slapping her. Walala, almost half of the people on the ship stood up. They all looked at the sharp-mouthed man with cold eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. These people were all the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace who had fallen on Serene Soul Island last time. Now, they had obviously abandoned their former enmity and were on the same side. Therefore, when they saw Qian Ma, they were about to be punished.